GRT என்றென்றும் GRT Dwellers शुभ ஆரம்பங்களின் ஆரம்பம். பார்க்கும் பொழுதெல்லாம் நீ மாறும் சித்திரம், கேட்கும் மொழியெல்லாம் கேளாத கானம், ஒவ்வொன்றுமே புதிதாய் ஒளி வீசும் பேரழகாய், ஈடில்லா ஆபரணம் தங்க விழா வைபோகம் शुभ ஆரம்பம். GRT शुभ ஆரம்பம். GRT என்றென்றும் GRT Dwellers शुभ ஆரம்பங்களின் ஆரம்பம்.
On behalf of Confederation of Indian Industry, a very good morning and a very warm welcome to all the delegates who have joined us today. My name is Shweta Lalwani, and it's certainly a distinct honor and a privilege to stand before you and welcome you all to the CII National Startup Summit event with the theme Unlocking Innovation Through Corporate Startup Engagement. May I now request all the delegates to occupy their seats, please, as we commence the session. Let's appreciate each other's time and attention by putting our phones on silent. That way we get the best out of the discussions here. To give you a brief about the program today, we will start the presentation about a Center of Excellence for Innovation, Entrepreneurship, and Startups, followed by the startups pitching here today. I now call upon the Director of CII CIES, Mr. Varun Akhnur, to kindly address the participants.
Hi, good morning everyone. Welcome to our first National Startup Summit. It's a privilege to have you all amongst us. I'm Varun Akhnur, and I'm representing the CII's 10th Center of Excellence for Innovation, Entrepreneurship, and Startups. It's an amazing to see the kind of turnout that we have today. We have with us our partners, our corporate partners, we have investors, we have startups amongst ourselves, we have CII members. So the startups who are pitching, today, please make the most out of it. Give it your best shot. Before we start off, I'll just quickly take you through our center. It's a small presentation that I have. We are supported by Mr. Chris Gopalakrishnan, who is the co-founder of Infosys, and we are also supported by the government of Telangana by way of infrastructure. We have a very cool office space in Hyderabad T Hub on the 6th floor. So any of you visiting Hyderabad, please do drop in. It's a landmark, T Hub Phase 2, and you can just let us know. We'll be happy to host you. With that, we are creating a robust entrepreneurial ecosystem in the country. By that, what we mean is we are trying to support the Indian startup ecosystem by providing CII's strength. Any organization that is being associated with us gets a 360-degree right-round support. What you see is we have about 300,000 members. We have 60 plus offices across the country which acts as touch points. We have 9 international offices through which we are collaborating our inbound and outbound of startups, of international startups. What you see on the right side is we are working on two main things, which is access to markets, which is the missing piece of the Indian startup puzzle today. We are bringing the user community to the table. That is our differentiator. A lot of startups want to get connected with the Indian corporates, and we are bridging that gap by getting the Indian corporates to work with Indian startups. Apart from that, we are also working with having Indian rupee investments into Indian startups, because I'm sure you all know that today Indian startups are getting funding from international investors, and all the funding all the profits that are being made is going out of the country. So how do we do wealth creation within the country? How do we encourage Indian promoters of family businesses to look at startups as a lucrative asset class is something that we work on. Apart from that, these two pillars, we also have capacity building programs for government officials. We are also working with state governments on policy level recommendations. We're working with Northeast, we're working with Madhya Pradesh, where we are training the government officials on how to attract startups and how to attract investments into the state. Apart from that, we also are working with our international partners on market access. So any startups looking at having their business set up outside India, we do delegations. We've been to London, we've been to UAE. We also have plans of going to Australia going forward. So I see some startups who are also part of our delegation here. So you may want to get understanding of how they are benefited. And also you would have seen in the video on how and what benefits they've got by being a part of the delegation. Apart from that, we also have a mentor pool. We have about 300 corporates who have signed up to dedicate 6 months of their time to you. So if you need any kind of mentorship, please do look us up on our website. You can fill in your requirement there, and our team will get in touch with you and identify and map the right relevant mentor to you. Awards and recognitions. Today we are also doing Startuppreneur Awards. We recognize startups who are providing the best solutions to our corporate partners. So as part of the summit today, we have awards that we are giving away. I'll just breeze through this. This is our office space. This is how cool it looks. I just spoke about this. We do capacity building programs for the family offices, for the corporates, for the governments, and also for our own staff. We have about 2,000 of us. We are also training our own staff across the country on how each state office can act as a nodal agency for startups in that particular region. We've done 3 cohorts of family office. This is where we encourage Indian rupee into Indian startups. This is an exclusive cohort for Indian businesses. The cohort size is only 30, where we have investors, practitioners like Mr. Chris, Mr. Sunil Kangunjal, Nirupa Shankar of Brigade, KK of Mindtree, talking about why they are investing in startups, how they are investing in startups. And on the other hand, we have participants from the family businesses, heads of family offices, attending these cohorts and understanding how they can work with startups or how they can set aside their capital. This is a snippet. Corporate innovation and acceleration program is something that we are very proud of. It is in the last 9 months we've onboarded, this slide needs to be updated, we've onboarded 14 corporates where we are only doing market access with these corporates. So each of our partner is scouting for innovation technologies, either for their internal purpose, where they are improving their existing processes, or to go to market with the startup solution. And the third, to be future ready by investing in startups. So these are 3 models that we work on. We're very pleased to see the kind of corporate encouragement that we're getting to engage with the Indian startup ecosystem. So kindly make use of this. Apart from that, we also provide different services to our corporates, where we help them in running challenges like hackathons. We also set up their corporate venture capital. We also run their own entrepreneurship programs, so on and so forth. This is the mentor pool that I was talking about. The profiles of mentors on our platform ranges from either their directors or their existing entrepreneurs or the C-suite or executives of large corporates. I spoke about the government engagements. We're working very actively with these two governments on how to build a startup ecosystem within their state. ICON is a platform that was launched by CII during COVID as a 3-month initiative, but the kind of response that we got from ICON, we've now converted it into a ongoing, forever platform. It's a virtual CII Centre of Excellence sort of a place where we have corporates scouting for innovation, where we have startups showcasing their innovation, we have incubators talking about their services, we have state governments coming and doing sessions on the kind of benefits that they provide to attract startups. And so it's a place, it's an online place where there's a lot of buzz and activity happening, so please do visit. ICON Alpha is an upgraded version of ICON. We now have our own app. If you are not on ICON Alpha, please, I highly recommend that you download this app. We are available on both Android and iOS store. We have about 500 to 600 downloads as of now. It's a place again now where corporates and startups can start engaging and talking to each other. These are some international delegations that we've been to with Shri Piyush Goyal ji. This is the UK delegation, Singapore, awards partners. So today you will see, we are conducting our award ceremony as a part of the summit. You'll witness it. And that's about it. I'd like to end with a small video of the center before we start off the program. We are 1 minute late. So if you can just, the video talks about what we do from the center and what is the kind of impact we have. Video, please.
Taking forward its 125-year legacy of empowering the Indian industry, CII launched its 10th Centre of Excellence. The Centre of Excellence for Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Startups, in partnership with the Government of Telangana and Pratiksha Trust at T-Hub, Hyderabad. The inaugural ceremony saw the presence of Shri Jayesh Ranjan, IAS, Principal Secretary, INC and IT Departments, Government of Telangana, and key stakeholders of CII CIES, followed by an inaugural session that discussed the significance of the centre, its appropriate location at Startup Hub Telangana, as well as the role it will play in furthering India's startup ecosystem. The massive 15,000 square feet centre houses 170 hot desks, boardrooms, meeting rooms, cabin workspace and corporate zones. CII CIES offerings are becoming a game-changing phenomenon for startups in India. Policy advocacy. Engaging with relevant policy sectors, the Government of India and state governments, CIES takes up various policy issues highlighted by mentors. Capacity building program. Building a symbiotic relationship between startups and enterprises by organizing master classes. Student entrepreneurship. Students' academia-industry linkages are forged to enable meaningful engagement from both sides. Corporate accelerator program and market access. A 16-week accelerator program enables corporates to access emerging technologies and business models. Corporate mentorship. Startups Mentorship Network supports startups' growth with targeted interventions that matches their needs with that of industry. Startup Accelerators Program and International Market Access. Startups benefit from the incubator and accelerator programs as well as CIS's international network. ICON. ICON is an open virtual platform that enables startups to offer innovative solutions to corporates. ICON Alpha, a community-driven resource forum. ICON Alpha is an online app for establishing important linkages and alliances. Awards and recognitions. CII Startuppreneur Awards Recognize startups for excellence in cutting-edge technology and innovation, wealth creation and employment generation. The impact under its various programs, engagement of 1,000 plus corporate officers, 102 plus family officers, 300 plus corporate mentors, and 241 startups enrolled for mentorship. The Centre of Excellence is already empowering entrepreneurs in India, and the journey has just begun.
Thank you, and with that we begin our session. The first session for the day is startup pitching. We have 9 amazing startups who are showcasing their innovative solutions to you. Please make this more interactive. Let's have a lot of Q&A. To all the corporates present here, to all the investors, please grill them if required. And looking forward to a great day, and I hope you have a wonderful day ahead. We have some great lineup of speakers as well post-lunch. I hope everyone has the agenda with you. And yeah, with that, I hand it over to Shweta. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Varun Aknoor, for your insightful address. While I now call upon the startup Intense Mobi, Mr. Tabre Salam would be here for the pitch. So can I now call upon Mr. Tabre Salam? So Intense Mobi is the largest and the fastest growing location data company of India. The company generates information about mobility that the world has not seen yet. They also provide large-scale mobility and location data for businesses to build solutions around it. The aim of the company is to provide customers information the way they consume. So if they need data, APIs, dashboards, Excel exports, the customers get them what they want. So can I now call upon Mr. Tabrez Alam for the pitch? Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tabrez, and I'm the founder and CEO of Intense Mobi. I see some familiar faces here as well. Thank you. Am I audible now? So Intense Mobi actually is a company that is in your mobility layer. So all of us, if you open your your phones, at least 50% of the apps will be taking your location. And the remaining 20% probably are not taking your location because you have not given them the permission to do so. So information about your digital twin, the world is now on maps. And it has to be accurately done on maps. So all of us sitting here probably have been using Google Maps at least once in a while. I'm sure nobody will be there who has never used Google Maps. And sometimes you would have been misrouted to a different location. Okay. Well, I think I'll just carry on without the deck per se. So what we do is that bring this information from the real world to the digital twin in an accurate manner. The problems that you have been facing about your Zomato guy landing up at the back of your home or your Uber drive going somewhere else essentially happens because maps data are inaccurate. And this data has always been controlled by mapping companies. So whenever you think about mobility or location, you'll always look at the map. Whether you look at the Google map, whether you look at Map My India, or whether you look at Nokia Maps, you'll always be looking at maps. So they have always controlled this data. But all these companies are consumer companies. So if you are misrouted once, maybe in 15 days, or twice in a month, it does not bother us as a consumer. That's the reason why it does not bother, let's say, a Google Map or a Map My India or anybody, because it doesn't, they are consumer-centric companies. But now, virtually every business that is there that deals with physical movements of goods or services utilizes the maps data. Now think about it, we get misrouted once in 15 days, it does not really matter. But the Zomato delivery guy, or the Flipkart delivery person, or the Amazon delivery person, they get misrouted if 2% of the times also. They're delivering 25 times in a day. That's massive losses. India loses close to $2 billion worth of just fuel because of misrouting. That is a problem that we are solving. We have gone back to the data layer itself. We effectively are gathering data from the primary level. So we've created a massive gig economy. Unlike, let's say, a Google Map or other maps, which typically have used surveys and vehicles very intensive methods of gathering data. We are gathering this data from a large set of community that we have built. It's almost a 1 million strong community. They provide us data about roads, locations, places, where there is a hospital, where there are roads that are not in a right condition. That is what we get. And that's how we are able to do it at a very, very fast pace. So we typically get asked this question that it took a decade for Google Maps to get this amount of data. It took maybe 2 decades for a Map My India to do that. How could you do that in the last 18 months? The reason why we could have done this is that it's a technology-controlled method. We're using the gig economy of the country. At this point of time, we can proudly say that the amount of data that we have with us is effectively equivalent to almost all other mapping companies that are present in India, whether it is Map My India or a Here Maps or let's say TomTom and others. We are either bigger than them or at least parallel with them. We are slightly behind Google. Hopefully by the end of the year, we should be there as well. So that is what we are doing, that is first we are gathering this data, and then the second and the most important part that comes is that making this data accessible. So for example, if you are an insurance company, you get a claim that there was an accident that happened on Golf Course Road, wherein the vehicle was going at 60 kilometers an hour. Now the insurance company would want to understand what exactly was the average traffic pattern at that time. Whether vehicles were moving at 25 kilometers an hour, and if this one was moving at 60 kilometers an hour, effectively there was a reckless driving and I should not be providing that claim. This data is present with all the mapping companies. So all mapping companies have information about traffic, but it's not accessible to the businesses. There is a lot, because that is their product itself. So what we are trying to do is that we first gathered the data, and now we are making it accessible to every business, the data that was never accessible before. Why we did this is that we realized that every individual or business, they have the acumen of utilizing information about geospatial, but they don't have access. I'll give you an example. I stay in Gurgaon. I used to stay in Gurgaon. So I had a tire puncture, and I was just trying to find out where exactly there is a puncture guy, and I would always see that there is a number written. There are 4 tires there. Nobody's sitting there. Then I literally found out the person whose number it was, and I asked him, how do you decide? You got at 10 places the numbers are there. Where do you decide that you're sitting? He says, sir, घूमते रहते हैं, जहाँ भी दिखाई देता है कि सड़क खराब हो गई है, उसके आगे वाली दुकान पे जाकर के बैठ जाता हूँ, क्योंकि वहीं पे ज़्यादा पंक्चर वाले लोग आएंगे. So that particular person also understands this usage of this information, but it's not accessible to them. We are making it accessible, so our clients vary from the biggest to the big. So top 10 maps of the world to even small customers, like who's, let's say, for example, somebody who wants to open pharmacies in, let's say, Jaipur. They want to understand where the clusters are, or effectively where there are no pharmacies. They utilize our data to build their businesses. So that's what IntentSMOBI does. I'm sorry, I did not go through the presentation, but overall, in a gist, we're a map data company. We are procuring or gathering the data at the basic layer. So you can consider us parallel to, let's say, a Google map or other maps in terms of the data. And then we are making this accessible to businesses. And the last and the least part is that every single piece of data that we gather, because we are gathering for businesses, we understand that it has to be accurate to the T. So unlike any other map, there is no verification of data that is done. In our case, every single data point that you see on the map is the actual, real digital twin of the country. So that's what, if there is any question. Either I was too clear or like too unclear. I see a couple of familiar faces here.
Hello. I have a question. So thank you very much.
I have a question from here.
Sorry,
I'll answer
go ahead.
after
Go ahead.
it.
Thank you.
Yes, so it is sourced from a mobile application called TaskBite, which has been downloaded by almost 1 million users. As these people keep on driving around, we use the sensor information from your mobile phones to find out traffic patterns, road conditions. So if you use our app, I mean, once you get out of, you're going back home, you'll see the road conditions, traffic, all those things come automatically to us. These same users, because they're incentivized, so for example, if my Ola driver dropped me here, realizes that there is a hotel here, he just clicks a picture of the hotel with the name, and that gets automatically processed by our systems to understand this is Le Meridian, this is actually a hotel, and that has to become a digital twin. So it's completely through the crowd. So we gather almost 4.5 crore kilometers of roads data every day. And at a peak, we gather almost 3 million places from the country every month. To give you understanding, I mean, generally large corporates, they go up to the extent of 1 million a month. We typically do 3.25 million because we are gathering it from the crowd. Sorry, there was
Yeah, hi. Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. I just went to your website. It says that you're offering data as a service and API service, right? So how would you ensure that nobody else can immaculate or your technology or somebody will not make something which you're already making? How would you restrain the competition? How would you make sure that will not be there?
Great question. This is something that we have been asked before as well. So I come from an intellectual property background. For the first decade of my life, I was an IP consultant. So, people fighting about patents, filing patents, suing each other, those things kept on happening. 10 years taught me that if you want to actually beat your competition, you better be, running faster than them. So while we do have patents that protect our technology, but I must confess that I'm not being from IP myself. There are a lot of bad work that I've done. I still feel that what we are doing is because we're doing it at such a rapid pace. Somebody can do something that we did yesterday. They can copy something that we did yesterday. If today we are doing something new, it is literally difficult to copy us. So for example, we make this data available. Not everything is available, right? So you can consume data that you're aware of. That, okay, this is the type of data that I need. You can't consume the data from me which you're not aware of. So 2 years down the line, probably our technology will guide you to this particular door, not just Le Meridian. That is the data with us, and nobody even knows what is there with us. So, and people can copy what is there outside, or what they are aware of. So that's what our philosophy is.
Sure, thank you. Just one more question. How many customers you have approximately?
We are largely currently corporate, so corporate customers are around 10.
Okay, sure. Thank you so much.
Our average ticket size is around 100,000, so that's the reason why.
$1,000 or
Yeah.
rupees? Oh, dollars. Okay, thank you.
Hello? Yeah. Hi, back here.
I want to check.
Sorry. So from what I understood, you are crowdsourcing this data,
Yes.
correct? How do you maintain the continuity and the reliability of the data? Because sources are scattered all across, right?
True, true.
That's first part of my question. Second is the stakeholders that you mentioned early on. How do they end up utilizing this data? The Zomatos and Swiggies and Amazons that you mentioned, what's the relevance of this data to them? Because they're already in contract with the Map My Indias and others out of the world. Could you shed some light on that? Thank
Sure.
you.
So in terms of the data continuity, as well as data distribution, where exactly do we gather it from? The continuity happens primarily because it's a gig economy. So over the last 2-3 years, there are almost, as I said, it's 1 million users, but there are close to 70,000 users which have been associated for the last 3 years. So they have made it as a livelihood. So we are able to guide them. Our technology also, where we see the data flow is lesser, what we do is that we create special areas of interest wherein people are automatically notified that this is a special area of interest. You may be rewarded better in case you contribute to data from there. So we are able to guide them as well. So that's how we ensure the distribution as well as the continuity of data. In terms of the names that I mentioned in the beginning, I'm just openly saying these are not our clients. These are clients of Maps. They actually utilize Maps. How they exactly would be using it is that a Zomato or a Swiggy today or tomorrow, they would want to save the amount of time that is lost by the rider. A rider which is typically doing 25 deliveries would need to be paid 40 rupees per delivery. But maybe after an year, if you increase the number of deliveries by providing them accurate location, they would be doing 35 deliveries. So you may pay them rupees 35 per delivery. So that's the way APIs are being used. Yes, not these huge customers. They are not using us currently. There are smaller players who are easy target for us to get them out of the ecosystem. They have started working with us. Hopefully in the next 1-2 years, you will see our APIs powering some of the biggest. You have.
Thank you for presentation.
Sorry.
Thank you for presentation. I just want to check whether you use drones for data capturing.
No, So actually, we don't use drones. We don't use satellite images. We are a map data company, slightly different from GIS. So GIS is a much bigger field wherein drones are being used, satellite imagery is being used. We are not getting there. Most probably we'll never get into that. We effectively are that from the satellite view or from drones, you will be able to understand that this is a building. So that is a categorization that the drone would do. We will tell you this is a lay meridian. So that is where we play in.
Okay, thanks. So 2 questions. First is, how do you incentivize these guys to have the app always on the phone? And it has to be switched on and all of that stuff, that permission is given. Now second is, how do you create that stickiness so that they don't, offload that app? Or how do you acquire more and more of these guys who can come and download and get incentivized?
Okay. So before I answer the entire question, I would confess 3 years, 1 million downloads. We have spent around 2.5 lakhs total in terms of marketing. Why we were able to do that? Because we understood who exactly is going to use it, what exactly is their incentive, and where exactly are these audiences. So what we did, and this is a very public forum, there's a marketing strategy that a lot of people can use, but we would love to tell to everyone, is that we went to small YouTube influencers who had like 50,000, 20,000, and these are the people who used to talk in the language of the people whom we wanted to target. We told 5 or 6 of them, कि यार ये 2,000 रुपए लो या 5,000 रुपए लो, हमारे लिए एक वीडियो बना दो इस ऐप की. 5 of them did that. And then there was thousands of YouTubers who realized that this is a nice app to tell my audience. So when you go to YouTube now, search for Intense Movie, you'll see hundreds and thousands of videos about how to make money from Intense Movie. So that's how organically we are gathering these people. The second part is, how do we ensure that they are incentivized? Because they have multiple ways of actually making money from the app. So I'll give you an example. Let's say a typical user journey of a driver, right? So a driver wakes up in the morning, he does not have to open the, he or she does not have to open the app, and the app automatically determines that the person has started driving. It starts monitoring your data. At the end of the day, it sends you a push notification. You earn, 10 rupees, just scratch, and you get that money into your wallet. Because it's not the only way. The same driver on the weekend was not doing anything and went shopping with the family. And the person sees there are 20 shops here, and then there are 5, schools or whatever. They just click pictures of that. And they keep on making money from that as well. The same driver comes back home, is not able to sleep, and there is 20% of the data does not get processed by our AI engines, so it goes back to the community. So that same driver sees photographs submitted by others which could not be processed by our system to try and find out, okay, this was actually, CII Medicos or this what, so they can input the name, input the categories to make money even in the evening. So you will see that people who have stuck on with us, they have stuck on for 2-3 years, a majority of them, while unfortunately a lot of people just try to make nonsense out of it. So effectively, if you look at it, 40% of the people who download our apps, they get blacklisted within the first 1 week.
Mr. Tabriz, we'll take the Q&A later. If there's anything, we can have a discussion. Thank you so much. So kindly note, I would appreciate if you follow the timeline. So it's 10 minutes for every pitch. No worries, no worries. So 7 minutes for the pitch and 3 minutes for the Q&A. Please appreciate each other's time so that all the startups get a chance to pitch. Thank you so much. I now call upon Dr. Venkata Ramana from Avera. So he's the founder of Avera. So Avera provides an experience of an array of well-appointed features that epitomize both modern and future luxury. Everything about the company's cutting-edge technology is created to make customers' life more connected, more engaging, more effortless, so that they will be entering the unmatched comfort. Thank you, Dr. Venkata Ramana. You may begin.
Thank you, Sweta. Can I see the presentation over here? Hello everyone, good afternoon. My name is Dr. Venkat Ramana. I'm the founder of Avera. First of all, thank you CII Centre of Excellence CIES for this wonderful opportunity over here today. We primarily built on 2 pillars, energy for the future need. I just want to go a glimpse of what we are exactly. We are one of the pioneering force in the electrical two-wheeler manufacturing from the state of Andhra Pradesh. It's in the part of southern India by name Vijayawada. And we primarily working on transforming traditional two-wheelers where countries like India has a bigger advantage where, and the two, it can put a big impact on pollution related, especially in the dense urban areas. Before getting into more details, I want to highlight on the product range we initially launched in the state of Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, other 14 states also. Right now we are spread across 16 states with 36 touch points. We call them as Mayora partners. You can see over here by name Retrosa and Vincero. The reason we chosen L2 and L3 category, I'll in detail explain about what is L2 and L3 category. One is economical for rural areas with a target price of around 80,000, 90,000 rupees, below 1 lakh. And next is the premium segment, which we call it as L3 category, with a speed of more than 70 kilometers and touching around 90 kilometers per hour, with a longer range anxiety, which is very big challenge as on today's electrical two-wheeler industry. And looking at the future of Avera, we have very big ambitious plans, not only with the domestic sales happening, we are spread across international markets also. Before entering into domestic market, we already launched our product in Spain and Bulgaria, and we are proud to say that we are about to expand our footprints in Vietnam, Bali, and upcoming in Latin America, such as Chile and Lima also. And we are very clear on our mission and vision terms. Our mission is to build a clean and green mobility ecosystem that empowers everyone to move, connect, breathe freely and sustainably. And our vision is on the same terms of sustainable for future growth also. And I want to hold on for a couple of seconds over here, because even though we are a startup which got founded legal entity in 2021, but there is a long way history from 2014 onwards, because my background is from renewable energy to energy storage. That has given us a very big leverage for us to enter into mobility segment, because 2014-2017 made us to understand that what kind of battery infrastructure where the mobility is looking for, because even today also the electrical vehicle industry, especially two-wheeler, is at a very nascent stage for various factors. But 2019 where the first model got launched, but of course the pandemic hit, but it has given a very good ample amount of time to work with other markets also, because earlier we were thinking about the domestic market only, in the B2C segment, but that has given us a leverage to understand the B2B and B2G markets also. And 2021 was the first year we officially got registered in India, and in the last year we launched the models what we have shown you, and this year we proud to say that our research innovation has been virtually launched by Honorable CM of Andhra Pradesh with the help of Frank Morini, where we associated, that means we collaborated with them to understand, explain and produce the powertrain constraints and what the powertrains are which are there in the other markets of the world. And we are primarily working on 5 core principles to sustainability to collaboration. Sustainability is one factor which normally any eco-friendly product manufacturer like us we work on. The innovation is one of the key technology factors, because when I mentioned about the energy storage, where the technology plays a crucial role, we never call ourselves as the automobile manufacturer. We always ensure us that how technology can leverage by understand the consumer choices minute to minute, as in today's world market, how fast evolving the world is going on. And the quality, of course, the quality is one of the key important factor, because I'm sure that end of the session when most of the questions will come with respect to safety and all the key issues. The safety is one of the primary aspect and point where we are very keen on working, and of course we almost, I'm not saying 100%, almost like more than 70 to 75%, we are able to understand the need and we are able to follow the standards either made by the government of India or international standards also. And of course, social responsibility. We produce our products from tier 2 town. The reason we have chosen not tier 1 city, like where well-established clusters like Osur cluster, Chakan cluster, Coimbatore cluster is there. We have purpose to set up our facility in a remote place by name Nonna, which is like 30 to 40 kilometers approximately from a place like Vijayawada. And we are proud to say that 70% of the skill set we locally source from the local institutions and we train, because one of the challenge we see as a LT two-wheeler manufacturer is the skill set. And of course, we are trying to still do, and we want to put a bar on attrition levels happening at other places by taking challenges of our salaries, all those things. And the collaboration, I want to hold on for some time over here, because as a startup, we understand that how important for a startup like us to understand the need at the same time to take the leverage of the strategies or innovations happening around the world. When I officially announced that Fangmoney is the organization which we recently tied up, and we are able to understand the powertrain needs, and at the same time we're working with a few other companies where it can give us the leverage of their expertise for so many decades, at the same time as a startup to understand much more to get the better products out. And of course, the value proposition is everybody on the same segment, like we make end-to-end mobility ecosystems, and of course, we are in a position to scatter both domestic and international needs. At the same time, we are very strong in our innovation product line for present scenario and the future scenario also. And we got already access to wonderful B2B markets. And I'm about to show you the facility what we have in the state of Andhra Pradesh. And top of the layer is the business intelligence systems we work on regularly, how we can evolve at the better product serving to the end user. And we are proud to say that we have deployed a robust a platform of product clients with the not only 2 products, with the help of these extraordinary models to enter into the pan-India market, same international markets also. Because we don't go to the dealership model. Initially, we started with doing online sales, but of course, there are a lot of challenges over there. It's a part of experience what we gained in a span of 1.5 to 2 years of time. We call the Mayura Partners is one of the wonderful model what we got evolved. It's a hybrid model. It's giving a wonderful results. And that's the reason we are proud to say that we have 33 touch points who call them as the Mayura Partners dealers. And of course, we started doing insurance sales also. At the same time, before entering into electric two-wheeler market, in a span of 2 to 3 years of time, we started producing batteries to understand the need of the manufacturer. At the same time, the consumer needs also, where the range anxiety is one of the biggest challenge, and one of the safety standards also. Even though we are doing battery manufacturing for other two-wheeler manufacturers, limiting to L3 category where we are in the market. And of course, as I mentioned, we enter international markets also, and collaboration with R&D companies. This is one of the facility in Vijayawada, Andhra Pradesh, and we produce batteries for our own users. Same time we do for other manufacturers also. And it's spread 63 acres of land. Initially, we are in 47,000 square feet, 43 recently finished, and remaining 5,000 under construction. And I want to hold on for some more time here. Energy is one of the primary key aspect here, because the recent scary fire accidents and the goals, the greener goals, what the industry is looking for, has very much big impacted with respect to the recent fire accidents. Because for last almost like in the 6 to 7 months of time, there is a big impact of 17% on the sales of every two-wheeler manufacturer. So to address this, when I mentioned about one of the innovation, one of the technology, one of the challenge we took from the day one, from 2014 onwards in our entire journey, the battery. Energy is the critical component. Touch wood, for all the sales happened in recent time, millions of kilometers, our customers, our people drove on the road. Even today also, we don't have one fire accident. This is the only simple reason. The chemistries, the batteries, what we make, the architecture, what we use, the mother child architecture, one of the key component where we develop our own schematic, and the facial technology which entered into the scooter, because this is my second startup. My first startup is in facial technology by name FaceMap. So the same technology is into Avera, where it's continuously monitors and keep understanding the customer needs in a minute to minute, and all this data is analyzed for the future purpose also. And this is a team started long back, and I'm the founder, and other people are over here, where the advisors are from versatile fields. One is from the trading sector, one is from manufacturing sector, one has a very good experience in the international markets also. And along with that, we have a wonderful team of 49, I think so, one joining, 49 team, who are working round the clock for us to understand our vision, to take our mission into to the next level. And as I mentioned that Frank Morini, of course, it's one of the vertical of Moto Morini from Italy. They're very good design. They compete themselves with Piaggio Group. And the Frank Morini, which is supporting us with respect to powertrain is concerned. And Bosch, of course, recently we met in Germany also. It's still discussions about how can we collaborate for powertrain related developments. And there are a few other companies like Oshing. Earlier it was Optimum Nano. That's one of the top 5 companies who produce LFP chemistry cells, who supplies to even to companies which we know, Tesla also, other few companies which you can see here. And yeah, thank you so much for the wonderful opportunity over here. Yeah, thank you.
I think we don't have time for Q&A. We'll have to move forward.
Done.
We'll take the questions offline for this particular startup, please, because we have a few more startups who are going to pitch.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Next startup, please.
I now call upon Designometer. Mr. Vaibhav is here waiting to pitch. Yeah, Vaibhav, please come over and you may start. Just to give a brief, Designometer is taking world to the parallelverse. It's a startup that uses metaverse technology for creating a parallelverse where users explore different parts of India while having access to different machines and tools for experiential learning and skill set with gamification features. So Vaibhav, you can begin the pitch.
So, hi everyone. Let me present you a 27-year-old guy who is, he's a first-gen entrepreneur paving his way into the world of entrepreneurship and entrepreneurs. So, let me just go back to the Designometer. So, let me, introduce you to the Designometer, where we are reimagining the education and support into the, experiential learning what we are creating, basically. So, we at Designometer are creating a metaverse where users can explore different parts of the India and can interact with different machines and tools and acquire a practical skills through our experiential learning. So let me start with the problem, what we had, what we found. So basically this experiential learning, exposure, skill development, and gaming. So basically what we are bringing is we are making a product that can be used into, different various things, just like a Colgate. ब्रश के लिए भी काम आता है और जल जाए तो वहाँ पे लगाने के लिए भी काम आता है. So we had one product that is solving a lot of problems where we are bringing the experiential learning, which is mandatory, which is a mandate by the Act NEP 2020. So what we bring with the problem. So we bring out this solution where we are mapping all 3D, states, basically. We are mapping different states and different architectural buildings and things so that we can, signify a different state. Like if you go to Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, or wherever, there has a different lot of cultures and, buildings which you found. Like if you go to Mumbai, there are very old and architectural buildings. If you go to Jaipur, it's a different thing, right? So we are bringing those kind of an experience where, users can put their VR headset and can explore different parts of the world. So this is what we are bringing, and also what we are giving is, we are giving them an experiential learning thing. So we are giving them a different machines and tools where they can, go into, with their VR headsets, can go and work on to different things, just like a pottery or, kalakari, and different kinds of this handicrafts and different tools and machines where engineers can go with the CNC as well. So this is what the market size, what I found. So this is the metaverse, NFT, and VR, all three. So this is a more than $1 trillion thing combined. So basically what NFT is into, so whatever the product that, a user is creating onto a metaverse, if it's a pottery, or if it's any, handicraft or any tool or machine that they are bringing out, so they can export that thing into a 3D file, which they can 3D print it or use it as an NFT or whatsoever they want to do. So this is the GTM strategy that we are bringing. So we are going to different colleges. We are going to, till yet, we have gone to 3, 4, 5 different colleges like Chanakya, GD Goenka, UID, and Sushant University. So these are the colleges we went. So basically what we are bringing is, as we know, many of the people are here don't have VRs, right? So now what we found is where we can find the VR and AR so that we can give those XR experience to the different people where, they can explore those virtual reality and things. So what we thought is we have gone to the colleges where those colleges are having their own, VR labs. So they are, pretty interested to our product, where they found that this product can be useful to train their students for a better, growth. So we have gone to the colleges. We are collecting those MOUs and stuff. So we are in the partnership with the government. We are, going with the different ministries. So I have to meet Shekhar sir for the skill development as well. So we are, going with different government, and we are partnering with different businesses as well, so that they can create an event to our metaverse stage. So this is the research we did from different universities. So a lot of different universities had, a lot of interest onto our product. So this is the traction, what we bring. We are going with the workshops, collecting MOUs from different colleges. We are having the partnership with UID. We are getting them, and we are partnered with IPWE. So that is protecting our metaverse rights. Basically, no one can copy our same metaverse stage onto any internet platform. So this is the reach we are going up. And this is the competitor analysis, what we are bringing other than the metaverse companies in India. So we have Invact University, which was Invact University. So Interreality, Luru, Infi, VR, Adverse, and Perceive, these are some metaverse companies that are in India. So what, people bringing to the metaverse, they are bringing some internet games onto the, play it with the desktop and the mobile, right? But we aren't just limiting ourselves onto those. We are going beyond that. We are bringing all those AR, VR experiences, with our platform. So this is what the revenue we are expecting. So we are currently tying up with different colleges, and we had a very small, average student. So we are taking just 5,000 a year subscription plan from students, from each student. So they have their own identity onto the metaverse. They can talk with different peoples. Basically, an ID student can talk to a different private student from a different private universities. So there will be a lot of engagements and exposure to students that are coming. So once we are done with all those things, we are making it to the public as well. Once we have enough fund, we'll break out into the public. So this is the team I have. So I am the founder and CEO. So I had my bachelor's in the product designing and did my management from IIT Delhi. And then there is a Sachin Amarnath who is into the construction, and he's a metaverse expert. And he's helping us in creating all those architectural buildings and everything. Then there is Ishan, who is a game designer. He's from IIT Bombay, having the 12 years of experience. So he's helping us in making all those, giving those maths and, calculations to calculate all those kind of things when we are working on, with a VR. So this is Shiv. There's a blockchain developer. There's a full stack developer, and there are XR game developer as well. And 2 of them are from IIT Delhi and IIT Dhanbad. So what we want, so basically we want a Sri Krishna for our startup. So this is what the thing we begin with. So we need a direction, we need help with networking, we need, help someone to believe in and, help in our growing startup. So, and obviously there's a financial help that everybody needs. So this is the financial help we are looking. We are asking for like 1.5 CR at a 28 CR valuation. So which is according to some Berkus method, we had calculated in the pre-revenue stage. So I introduce you the design of Meta. So let us join this transformative journey, where we are reimagining the education, we are reimagining the exploration, how people are looking onto the world. So let us help, let us join and help us creating this design of Meta.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Vaibhav.
Yeah.
So now we have Mr. Chris Gopalakrishnan, the chairman, CII, CIES, and the co-founder of Infosys, who would be present here. I just see that, yeah. So we'll continue with the startup pitching session. We have the next startup, that is Dump in Bin, coming. And I'm just waiting for Mr. Chris to, enter. All right, so we'll continue with the startup pitching session. We'll call upon the next startup, that is Dump in Bin, Mr. Rishabh Patel, who would pitch. Great. Yeah, there are the things.
Hello everyone, hope you all had a good morning. I'll be as fast as I can and I'll try to summarize everything with that we have been trying to build for last 5 years. So I'm founder of Dump in Bin. We are an innovative recycling company. We have been working for last 5 years. We are part of a program called Youth Collab by UN. We are also part of a program called Leap to Unicorn by IDFC Bank and Money Control. We started our journey back in 2017 with the aim to solve the ultimate crisis of pollution and waste. We wanted to get into the space, we wanted to explore all the kind of possibilities, we wanted to solve the unsolvable. We are the 2 co-founders. We are backed by 8 strong workforce who supports us with processing any kind of plastic waste, and we plan to do it with having 50% or more backing by women-centric workforce. Our motto is to create wealth out of waste products, but not in the conventional way, but rather in a more unconventional way where the kind of waste that goes totally unlooked through goes to the dump yards, landfills, creates huge mountains. We wanted to solve that, and that's our mission. We want to reduce, eliminate landfills, bring back every wasted resource back to economy. We have been recycling plastic since last 5 years, where we innovated our process and we offer recycling as a service solution where any corporate, any industry can provide their plastic waste, and we make sure that 100% consistency is met through all the plastic that we recycle at our premises. So far, we have recycled over 3,000 tons of plastic waste, creating a huge impact throughout. And we created a product that we call Blave.
It is at the verge of irreversible damage, and the reason is us. We produced over 350 million tons of plastic annually. Since 1950, only 9% of the 7 billion tons plastic has been recycled. Cement manufacturing is the 3rd largest source of pollution, emitting more than 500,000 tons of greenhouse gases every year. India alone generates 150 million tons of demolition waste, and less than 1% is recycled. We have to change this It's now or never. At Dump in Bin, we aim to solve this by bringing sustainability to every aspect of our lives. We bring you the most sustainable product in construction ever built. We call it Plave, a 100% recycled, footprint-negative material made from single-use plastics and demolition waste mixed in our secret binding process that is emission-free. It can be used as large Lego-style walls, curbstones, speed breakers, dividers, paver blocks, sewer channels that don't leak toxic water into soil and more. It's 5 times stronger than clay bricks, doesn't allow water to pass through, has better thermal insulation, can be recycled up to 3 times, makes 95% less emissions, uses 97% less water, all that with just 70% material weight. One more thing, you still save up to 20%. Dump in Bin. Innovative recycling.
So we spent 1.5 years of time sourcing the kind of waste that ends up in landfills to create our superstar product Plave that we are about to commercialize. We are midway creating the machinery for our first manufacturing plant for this product. We would be inaugurating the plant hopefully by July this year. This product replaces concrete-based precast product totally. In most of the use cases, we are not offering this product in building structure itself, but apart from that, we are offering this product for any kind of concrete-based replacement. This product ends up offering higher quality standards, higher look and feel, better look and feel, all together at a more affordable price than cement. We are looking to raise 85 lakh for setting up of our first plant and to help us sustainably deploy the product out in the market. Along with that, we are looking for stakeholder support for making this product a standard throughout the industry. Thank you. Dump in Bin, innovative recycling.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rishabh. We have Mr. Chris Gopalakrishnan here, Chairman CII CIES and the co-founder of Infosys Limited. You are an inspiration, sir, to the Indian startup ecosystem. Thank you so much for your humble presence here. Thank you. Can we please have a big round of applause for Mr. Chris? We now have the next startup, Atom State. We will have the founders, Krishna, Challa, and Mr. Sumant, who will be here to pitch for Atom State.
A very good afternoon to all the ladies and gentlemen. Our company name is Atom State. We are from Hyderabad. And first of all, thank you so much for CII for giving us this opportunity. So the product that we are going to explain today is going to be Atom Axe, an AI-enhanced natural language processing and natural language understanding platform. So before we explain you the key pain that we are focusing on, I would like to remind this one point that the future fuel for any organization, irrespective to the domain or irrespective to the size, is going to be the data. So any company that handles their data, manages their data in an effective way, are going to be the future winners. But of course, managing and working with data is always a complex task since starting. And these are the few main problems that every company faces. The first thing is that in the present generation or in the upcoming generations, the size of the data is not going to be small. Right now it's in gigabytes and terabytes, and future we may know how far it goes. And this data is not going to be at one place, but in different databases and different platforms, which makes it very difficult for the organizations to access the data, to combine the data, and to understand what meaning that they are providing. Let's say that there are some upcoming technologies like artificial intelligence, which has the capability to reduce the pain of data handling and data work, but it still has some pending rule books which must be fulfilled in order to use them in the most effective way. Along with that, whenever we say data, the most important problem that we all focus is on the data security and data leakage. So considering each and every single problem statement that we mentioned, we came up with a solution which is Atomax, and my colleague Krishna will explain the solutions.
Yeah, sorry, it's very cold in here. So, pardon me if I shiver a bit. So as far as our solution is concerned, we are a cloud native platform. So no matter how much data you process or you have or you possess, our platform is capable to extend to accommodate your data size. And the thing is, you can query the data using a natural language and get the access to your data in a single click of a button. So it's like Google search, but within the perimeter of your organization. So how we differentiate ourselves? So there are existing platforms out there in the market, but they are offered as a software as a service platform, whereas we are a platform as a service offered in a control plane, data plane architecture. So we control the control plane that is hosted at our end, and we deploy our services in your cloud or in your premises as a customer plane or a data plane, where the services are deployed and they are integrated with all your internal and external systems, and the data is indexed. Then you can run a natural language queries on top of it, and it returns the best result. When you say if it's a good result or bad result, the system gets trained in itself. So we deploy services or custom AI models that are, bespoke to your requirements in your premises or in your cloud, and then we monitor its performance. So we don't have any access or control over your data. So you own your data, you control your own data. We just are the, enablers to extract more value from your data. So that's what we do in a nutshell. So yes, the security is taken care with this architecture. So these are some of the features that it provides. So let's say you conduct, on an average, an organization conducts around 50 meetings per day. This is when I'm talking about large enterprises. So we index even your minutes of meetings automatically, where we create bots. It sends the transcription, we summarize, and you can get information in a click of a query, single query. And we offer nifty features as well. So let's say you want to get the content, we also summarize and we translate the content on top of the search results. So these are all the nifty features that we provide. So it's the search engine for your entire organization, where we integrate APIs, your custom internal products which are not exposed to anywhere, and so on. And our target customers are all enterprises. So that's our user profile.
So when we talk about the concept of minutes of meeting, right now the traditional way is whenever we're in a meeting, there will be one person who will be taking down the key points. But there are situations where this person might involve in the meeting so much that he forgets to take down the minutes of meeting, or it's not always possible for a person to note down all the key points in a lengthy meeting. So that's where our the minutes of meeting tool comes in. What actually happens here is that we work with both online and offline meetings. It records the meeting, it transcripts the whole meeting, speaker 1, speaker 2, speaker 3, and so on. And then it gives the overall summary of the meeting. It gives summary of each and every single person's meeting. And it gives the key points or the future actions, what decisions were taken, what are the future plans that are discussed in the meeting. Also, one thing we are really focusing on is to understand the sentiment, overall sentiment of the meeting, whether it went in a happy tone or it went in an aggressive tone, and so on. So this is how we are different when compared to the existing solution. Right now, if you consider the concept of minutes of meeting, there are tools like bots that enter into your meeting, takes the recording and just gives the transcript. Whereas our model does a lot of other things, like with one click, you can get the summary, you can get the translated meeting, and you can get the overall report in a PDF format, and you can also share it in your social media platforms if you're interested, or also you can share it to their email address. The third one, if you see, customized machine learning models to trace our sentiments, similarities, etc. In the existing sentiment analysis model, let's say, if there are two products, product A and product B, there are situations that the user may comment, like let's take a platform like YouTube. A person if there is a video on product B, but a user comments regarding product A in a positive way, the general traditional sentiment analysis model, it says that it is positive for product B also. So what I'm trying to say is, we are trying to develop a sentiment analysis model that is very specific to one product or one domain. So these are the key features, and Krishna will continue the rest.
Yeah, so as I was saying, so we index everything that happens in your organization, and you can query anything that happens in your organization. So minutes of meeting, no one is really doing that in the market. So we are offering our own solution for that as well, and we are offering the indexing. So indexing is the main part. So these are all the peripheral advantages that if you adopt our system, that comes with our systems. So this is the market size as far as the natural language market is concerned. Yeah, and this is our business model. So we have 4 subscription layers. So $10, $25, $50, and $75, each with its own set of features. Yeah. And this is our go-to-market strategy. Our customer acquisition cost is 0 as of now. So we have acquired more customers organically rather than investing in marketing and so on. So these are our channels, and we are getting successful with these channels, and this is the traction that we have got. And some of them have been deployed in production, and some of them are in proof of concept stage for these organizations, and very soon they are going into production environment. Yeah, so these are our customers. And these are our achievements till now. So we have been recognized by Telangana AI Mission, powered by NASCOM, then India Startup Festival, Telangana State Innovation Council, and we have also been placed in BITS Plenaries Pitchers Pilot in top 8. So this is our journey till now. You can reach out to us anytime.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
If you
so
have
much.
any questions, you may reach out to us offline.
Yes, we can take that offline. Thank you so much, Atom State. We now have the next startup, Meadow Plus. We will be having the founder, Mr. Neeraj, and Ms. Koshika to pitch for Meadow Plus. So just to give you a brief background, Meadow Plus is an early stage rural focused health tech company providing people in rural India with access to quality healthcare services through both assisted user and self-user models. So it also has an app that is built-in algorithms to map symptoms to healthcare providers, enables patients to book appointments from the village itself, and to store medical records securely. So yeah, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Yeah, hi. As Shweta mentioned, MeadowPlus is a health tech marketplace, and we are focused on rural India and small towns. I'm Koshika, this is Neeraj, we are part of the founding team. Okay, thank you. So now, as most of you can see and know rather, is that, by default, we feel that people living in villages or in rural India breathe fresh air, eat fresh vegetables, have a healthy lifestyle. But having said that and known this, still what we see is that people living in villages live 5 years lesser than their urban counterparts. Now, to understand this dichotomy, what the founding team did was, we visited a lot of villages and states. So we visited about 7+ states, met a number of people across villages to understand what are the real challenges and reasons why we see this gap of 5 years. And some of the biggest reasons that came up are, though very logical, still not known so much, are, 68% of people of India lives in rural places. And at the same time, it's only 20% of our medical infra and manpower that's available to these rural villages. So that's one of the biggest reasons why we see this gap. Now, having said that, now, when a villager falls sick, what do they do? They generally go to a quack, who is an uncertified professional. And what this person does is that most of the times gives the patient an steroid shot. And the patient is hale and hearty in about a day's time, is back in the fields working. But this also has a lot of negative impact on the patient's health. And then eventually, patients start moving towards private healthcare. Now, when a patient wants to go to private healthcare, there are a lot of questions that come to their mind. Questions like, who is the right doctor for me? What is the kind of specialization that I need? Who's the specialist for me, rather? Not everybody has to go to a physician, right? Then on top of it, how much time will it take for me to go? Who is it? How much will I lose my livelihood? So a lot of questions that come to this person's mind. Now, in this process, what happens is that many of us also feel, generally, I would say rather, there's an assumption that villagers do not have the paying capacity. Now, this is a misnomer. Now, if you look at the stats that the NSSO provides and the Health and Family Welfare provides, it says that villagers have an out-of-pocket expense which is trending at an 18% CAGR growth from 2018 till 2023 and continues to grow it to 2028. Currently, in 2023, we're sitting at about 1.71 crores, lakh crores that is being spent as an out-of-pocket expense, which clearly means that there's a need and a demand for private healthcare. Now, what we did after all our research and trying to find out the problem and trying to address the problem, we firstly came up with a technology app. Now, the reason for the technology app was that we wanted to bring villagers to the healthcare providers, tell them what's the right specialist is for them, to address the basic questions. Now, there's another problem. Not just the technology app is going to solve the problem. Why? Because in villages, if you look at it, the penetration of smartphones is fairly low. People are still dependent on feature phones. Now, if there's a feature phone that is being used, it means there's a need for an intervention or rather a manual intervention. There is a need for a person who can help this villager book appointment on their behalf with a healthcare provider. And that's where we built our own network of health correspondents. Now, these health correspondents are available at Gram Panchayat level. Currently, we are in 5 districts of UP, and we have these health correspondents who are trained by us. So there's a comprehensive 360-hour program which is approved by the Healthcare Sector Skill Council, our training module. We train these health correspondents, and they help villagers in their healthcare journey. Now, the numbers as you see here, currently we have 350 plus active Medomitra, that's what we call our health correspondents, and out of which 65% are women. Now, what these people do, what we'll do is we'll have a quick video that we can play for everybody to see what the Medomitra really does.
No, the link is not working. Is the video somewhere sitting here? First video, if possible. So maybe in the meantime, what we can do is, so this Medomitra primarily, since we said that we also have a rural focus, it's about enablement at the village level. And that's how we create a villager itself and build their skills in order they can navigate the journey of rural patients. The overall model is a very hyper-local collaborative model, which means that the patient, so the doctors are right at the district and tehsil levels, because while we researched in 7 states before launching this, the first thing all these states, the villages in all these states mentioned that jab tak navs nahi pakda to doctor ne nahi dekha. For us it was very easy to bring a digital platform, but then so physical interaction was very essential. So therefore that's how we built this network of
एक गांव है प्यारा अपना हरा भरा खुशहाल.
No, I think the video is not moving, but that's okay. So this is how generally a Medomitra works. They do a lot of health awareness camps. They do registrations. They get body vital capturing at the village level. Transmit the data. So look at this. The huge data is being captured at the village level so that the doctors can take a better decision for this villager. Let me see if we can have one testimonial from a Mitra.
सभी को नमस्ते, मेरा नाम उर्मिला है। मैं पिछले 6 महीने से मेडो मित्र के रूप में काम कर रही हूँ। मेडो प्लस एप्लीकेशन बहुत ही अच्छा है। मैं अपनी ग्राम पंचायत में ही रहकर बहुत ही आसानी से मरीजों का अपॉइंटमेंट बुक करके अच्छे डॉक्टर से परामर्श दिलवा देती हूँ, जिससे उन सभी लोगों का इलाज अच्छे से हो जाता है। मैं मेडो प्लस को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देती हूँ।
So there are other ones also, but I'm skipping that. The app is like providing all type of opportunities for digital interactions, in-clinic interactions as well. And as we move ahead, we will see that we started from 3 villages about 1.5 years back, and today we are at about 500 villages. The goal was to place the unit model. In the meantime, from these 5 districts, we were able to partner with 450 plus doctors, hospitals, and diagnostics. These 300 plus Medomitra that we have, they have been able to onboard 2.5 lakh villagers, which means the entire data that we spoke is available for these villagers. Simultaneously, right from the village level, almost 60,000 patient transactions have successfully completed. As I said that digitally they can interact, but they can also go in person. 99.6% villagers out of the 60,000 preferred to go in clinic and interact with the doctor. So the platform therefore helps for navigation between primary to secondary to tertiary. There are algorithms written. We are also, from a technology perspective, we have collaborated with CDAC for building up further algorithms. In order to scale up the model, we have done some partnerships, business partnerships with various microfinance institutes. We were also rated as the second best startup by IMT Ghaziabad and was part of the top 100 list. From a business perspective, the goals are to reach from currently 500 panchayat to 4,000 current year, and subsequently in about 4 years from now, reach to about 64,000 gram panchayat, which is almost equal to 2 lakh villages. Since India has about 6.5 lakh villages, we'll be there almost in 33-34% of the country. This year we should be ending at about 1 million of villages registered on our platform, and therefore we'll keep on increasing the journey. The gross health value, the way you all know, is the GMV. This year we intend to close it at 31 crores. Our current ARR is at about 8 crores, but we'll increase it by 3x. We are, of course, raising fund. That is one place. Primarily is to expand the geographies and also to product. Yeah. While we are doing this, there are certain impacts also happening. There are goals of UN which are getting impacted, which is like good health, gender equality, as Kaushika mentioned, that we have 70% of our Medomitra as women, so we are building that entrepreneurship at the root level, and decent work and economic growth. These are some cases. If you can see, there is a small baby on the left side, 3-day-old, conjoint, 4 arms, 4 legs, 1 skull. Villagers believe that this is an act of God and queued in front of the house to worship this little baby. But then imagine the type of infection she will be receiving. Our Medomitra forced the family to take her 180 kilometers away to Lucknow to a multi-speciality hospital. The operation was done, the parasite baby was removed, and now the baby is living hale and hearty. Similarly, of a quack story, the third person, if you can see, Niaz Khera from Lucknow, he was showing it to Quack, and as per Quack, he was declared as that this being within today or tomorrow is the last day on earth for this individual. The large family gathered from nearby districts as well. Fortunately, there was a healthcare camp, a blood camp being conducted, found that 26,000 platelet counts. Again, rushed to a hospital by Medomitra, created awareness, and therefore 8 days hospitalization, the person came back and person is living and working very well. This is 8-month-old. So we are very happy while doing all this. Yeah, thank you. So these are like Medomitra, we give them aprons, they are doing all those capturing vitals at the field level. So transmitting data. This is the founding team. Dr. Bakshi is there. He's the CEO, he's also former chairman of NABARD. I've been to the corporate sector, Shekhar, Kushika. So we have a panel. Right. So thank you very much.
You can keep it there. Thank you so much, MeadowPlus team. Would like to welcome Shrimati Manisha Verma, IAS, Principal Secretary, Department of Skills, Employment, Entrepreneurship and Innovation, Government of Maharashtra. Thank you so much, ma'am, for taking your time out, and pleased to have you here. Thank you. We will continue with the startups pitching. We have the last 3 startups to go. Next, we have Ishank Bansal and Arjun Mittal from Envinova to kindly pitch their product. Giving you a brief background of Envinova, it's a startup working in the field of green technology with the vision of contributing a sustainable environment and combating the climate problem that the planet is thriving on. You can go ahead with your pitch.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. Myself Ishank Bansal.
And I'm Arjun Mittal.
We are the founders of Envinova Smartech Private Limited, and we are working in the green tech space. I'm really excited to share our innovation with you all today. So starting with, I want you all to just picture this. It's a bright, beautiful day, and you are someone who is looking for, to work outside or maybe relax or chill a bit. Or maybe you are a parent and you want to take your kid outside after a busy online day. Or maybe you're just someone who just wants to enjoy the sunshine. But as soon as you settle in, you realize you have a problem. Your laptop or mobile phone battery has died and there's no outlet nearby. So this is a very common problem that people are facing these days. They feel very disconnected and frustrated at the same time. So how to go about this? Because we can't provide such amenities, giving any harm to the environment. So this is a very much need in today's hour. So how to go about this? We have a very perfect solution for this. This is the smart solar hub we have packed in with all the features like having charging facilities, Wi-Fi support, and a sitting area that is all powered through solar. And that's not all. We have features like nightlight illumination, constant Wi-Fi support, SOS services, emergency healthcare services, SOS box, and many more. And additionally, we have backlit billboards and a screen as well for advertisement, so that gives our clients an additional revenue source as well. So talking about our go-to-market strategy, it's very simple. We are working in both B2B and B2C market. For the B2B market, we are targeting places like school, colleges, bus stands, railway stations, and all such places. There we would be directly selling our product to the clients. And therein, further our clients would be earning through advertisement on it. And talking about our B2G part, therein we are targeting basically all the high traffic areas. That includes the park, lakes, beaches, all such places, so that a user could come and use all such. And personally, we would be setting up these solar hubs at that place and then earning through advertisements. So our strategy for success is basically centered around community engagement, highlighting all the comfort and convenience factors of the hub. And by doing so, we want to encourage the local brands and businesses to advertise on the solar hub, as we are giving them an affordable and a green marketing solution that is not out there. Talking about then our one more additional thing is that this product directly comes under CSR initiative. So all the companies who are looking for CSR initiative, or the institutions, they could directly have this product installed in their institutions and other spaces. So talking about our market size, as I just mentioned that we would be setting up these places and earning through advertisement. So our market space basically falls in the advertisement industry in India, which is growing at a very huge rate at 11.2%, and it's a very huge market in India. And out of which 72% constitutes the billboard market. So herein, how are we different is that we are adding new sites, particularly in this scheme. And by doing so, that's opened up a very great market space for us, as this product is totally working on solar, so no energy cost is involved, and this product is a crowd puller. So the advertisement done on it gives a very boost up the whole thing. Talking about the competition, in India, we aren't facing any direct competition as such. There are few companies, but they aren't working, not particularly in this regard. Though this product has been made in the foreign markets like Dubai, London, USA, but obviously importing them to India would be very much expensive. So we want to, do the Make in India part and move further. Talking about our value propositions, so for the user, we provide all the modern comfort and conveniences. We want to highlight those factors, and what we want that users should come out of their houses, as by doing so, we are improving their mental and physical health. And for the businesses, what we are offering is the businesses can offer their clients a 360-degree experience by targeted ads to the users, then the enhanced customer reach and brand visibility that we are giving. And by doing also, we are promoting the use of solar energy. And one more very good thing about this product, that this product guarantees a payback in just 15 months. So that is a very unique thing this product highlights.
So now talking about our revenue models, we are into two spaces, B2B and B2G. So for the B2B part, we are directly selling the product and we are providing service maintenance packages as a secondary channel for revenue. For the B2G part, we are operating in the DPOT model with the local government, wherein we'll be setting those solar hubs and generating monthly ad revenue and through Wi-Fi services. So talking about our financials, we have 4 variants that starts at 1.12 lakhs and goes up till 3.10 lakhs, which is for the solar EV charging station for 2-wheelers. Talking about the unit economics for one product quickly, so for the flagship variant, the 1 kilowatt one, the cost to the company is just 1.5 lakh and the return through ads is approximately 10,000 per month. Now these market rates is 10 times cheaper than the current ones. So keeping this low, we are having a payback time in just 15 months. And the best part about it is the life of a solar hub is 25 years. So that means earning a revenue of 10,000 per month for the next 23 plus years. So the projection and traction, so we are on track. We just launched our product in January and we have orders worth 12 lakh in pipeline. The break-even time for a company is approximately 1 year. We're having set up 60 hubs in the current financial year. The ask that we are raising is 1 CR, which is in convertible notes, and out of this, 60 solar hubs will be set across Tri-City as of now, and the rest for the other expenses. The team, so I am Arjun Mittal, founder and CEO. With me is Ishang Bansal, and we have CS Sahil Makar, who is chairman of Punjab Angel Network on our advisory panel. The roadmap ahead is to install these hubs across Tri-City. And the last part, so since it's a CSR product, we are fulfilling 6 UN SDG goals. Also to mention, we were recognized as one of the top 75 startups in India by Startup India in the year 2022. And we were a part of a business delegation to Austria, selected by the Embassy of Austria. Hence, we asked corporates to join us and be a part to create an amazing outdoor experience for all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Team Envinova. I now extend a warm welcome to Dr. Chintan Vaishnav, Mission Director, Atal Innovation Mission. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here today. We have the last 2 startups now. I now call upon the startup Electric Bee founder, Mr. Ankit Kapoor, to kindly present the pitch. So giving a brief background, Electric Bee offers solar solutions for customers, home and industry, and fully modular mobile energy equipment solutions that free customers from outages and an aging grid. Yeah, that's the point.
Alrighty. How do we do this? I want you to imagine this, and I want all of you all to imagine this, that there's going to be a power cut right now. Absolute darkness, no sound, the place becomes a mess. What do? I know we are on a clock, but still we are going to wrap up within the stipulated time. So show of hands. What do you do to restore power? Okay, that's one. But you still need the show to go on, so you need the power backup. Anyone else at the back? I wish they were very prompt in listening to your complaints. Correct, yes, there you go. Switch on a diesel generator. What if I tell you that we are going to take away all the emissions that the diesel generator is going to make, and in return give you power along with 14,800 rupees a month? Confusing, we'll get there. We are still at single-digit EV penetration as a country, and the grid has already started to become fragile, meaning more frequent power outages. Now, when things like these happen, as we discussed, the only resort left is to switch on a diesel generator. A single 62 kVA genset emits around 300 kgs of carbon dioxide running for only 3 hours. Not only that, it has a lot of commercial and technical constraints. Comes at around 13 to 15 rupees per unit of power. Solutions like PNG are very time intensive in terms of laying down piping infra. A diesel generator also has an underloading and overloading constraint, and then solutions like biogas have very high behavioral barriers. Presenting to you, ladies and gentlemen, the power pod. This sweet boy that you see on the screen is an energy storage system that is 95% efficient, comes at 1/3 operating cost and 1/3 space of a similar range diesel generator. Our beachhead is construction and industrial customers due to their outweighed contribution to emissions and also because they're extremely cost sensitive. As we discussed, this comes at around 1/3 operating cost, so the ROI happens real quick in less than 20 months for the customer. Our value prop is Zealer, which provides 3 times jerk load. No other solution provides, although I'm going to still talk about Zealer in the coming slides. Faridabad is a single dot in the map of India, is a city in the state of Haryana. Faridabad alone runs on 378 megawatt of gensets. That's equivalent to 14,800 of power pods. That's already more than $100 million in revenue. So you could imagine how big the market is. We do this via 2 revenue models. One is wherein we sell it outrightly to DG set aggregators for them to be able to lease out to their own set of customers. And then the other one is wherein we lease out directly to construction and industrial customers. Now these are very, very conservative projections. We're going to do 10 units this year, moving on to 48 and then 350, and still would be sitting on $4 million in EBITDA in less than 3 years. Now I know most of you all who are acquainted to this industry might know that there are hundreds of energy storage system companies out there, so how are we different? So in India, your air conditioner, your refrigerator, these things come with an inverter built-in technology. That's because there's a huge energy quality problem along with energy supply. That's not necessarily the case in the West. So all the other energy storage system companies, or rather most, are only focused on backup, which is supply. Electric Bee provides backup along with quality of power. Explaining Zealer or the value prop as an example. So if a factory owner, if this guy bought an 82 kVA genset for around 9 lakhs, the other alternative would be to buy an energy storage system of the same capacity for 13 lakhs. Because Electric Bee's power pod provides 3 times jerk load for those critical seconds, only a 30 kilowatt hour solution would suffice for the needs. Although it's going to come at 11.5 lakhs, which is still going to be 25% more capex heavy than a similar value rated diesel generator, but you get to cover all that up because 1/3 operating expenditures, and then again you save more than 2 million tons of emissions a year. My name is Ankit. We are a complementing team from diversified backgrounds like manufacturing, supply chain, power storage, computational fluid dynamics. We have done a couple of paid pilots, commercializing as we speak. You might be able to see the catalogs you might have. We're closely working with Boeing. We are an AIC grantee. We have patented our Zealer tech. The customers that we are commercializing with are repeat customers, which adds value. Now that we are in the NCR, I think it makes sense, and most of us would know what happens every year through the months of October to January. The city becomes a gas chamber, right? We want to solve this, and we want to solve this for good while making the solution commercially viable, because we believe no solution is going to sell, no matter how technically, environmentally sound it is, unless it's commercially viable. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be around, happy to answer any of your queries.
Thank you, Ankit. I now welcome Mr. Jaideep Singh Kalra, Director and Region Head Business Banking, HSBC Commercial Banking. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today, for taking out your precious time. We have one startup left for pitching, so we will complete that and we'll have a special address by Mr. Jaideep Singh. Can we please have a round of applause for Mr. Jaideep Singh? We have the next startup, Trace Cost, and the founders being Mr. Sunny and Manomi, who will do the pitching here. So can I please call upon Mr. Sunny and Manomi? Manmoy, okay. Thank you for correcting me, sir.
Can I do it from here? Or do it from here? Okay. That's okay, I can use this. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, CII, for giving us this great chance to meet you all. What we do is we have an integrated digital platform for the construction industry. Now, the construction industry has, you can understand, it's got various sizes, from SMB for small ones to very large ones to corporate ones. And the reason why we went to this industry to form give a digital platform was the adoption of any digital initiative in this industry was very low. And this was realized about 4 years ago when we started this, venture. Okay, thank you. The reason why we chose this industry was, if you see here, the major contribution done to the GDP of this company comes from the infrastructure industry. And with increase in population, there's a lot of demand of infrastructure, which in turns raises a lot of requests to make new constructions. And if you see here, the industries in 2020, when we started off, was 10.6 trillion globally. And in India, we had the surge to have a very large infrastructure set up, and that has driven a lot of small companies, like 50, 60 crore companies, to grow up to like 1,000 crore companies in this space. So one thing we found, there is a market, there is a need to get into a digital platform end-to-end, which covers the complete value chain, starting right from the planning to the last handover. Okay, so that's the reason why we went into this. That's the good side. Now, until there's a bad side, there's no solution. So the downside is, even if you have a very large corpus to fund and build construction companies, the bleed factor was very large. One reason what we found out was there was a lot of reluctance for this industry to get into a digital transparent platform for various reasons. And that led to a lot of bleeds, cost overrun, your time overruns, penalties and all that. And that's a huge amount of money that gets out from your pocket. It eats on your bottom line. Two major reasons why this happens. One, you really don't know when the problem is going to hit you, because these are diversified, geographically very dispersed projects, like let's say highway projects. Now, to get a daily information of what went wrong or what is going to go wrong, you cannot have WhatsApp, you cannot have phone, you cannot depend on people calling and telling you. How can you manage that? So you need a unified digital platform, and that can plug these bleeds. So what we did, we tried to reduce uncertainties. And one way to reduce uncertainty is, if you can connect the site person, the person who is on site, the site engineer, what he enters to be directly transferred to the executive dashboard, to the decision maker. This happens within 4 hours, or real-time basis. The next question came in that how would you do that? Because site engineers are not so savvy, tech savvy. So what we offered was a simple mobile app where you only have to add some numbers and drop down values. It takes 45 seconds only for a site engineer to update any transaction, be it site safety, site incidents, equipment maintenance, audits, quality audits, or daily progress. So that itself made it very easy for them. And the value what we add is a lot more than what he enters. We add a lot of intelligence, forecast values, and that gets into about 140 KPIs on the executive dashboard on the mobile itself. The proposition that we went to the owners and to the subcontractors was, first, your savings. 7% savings is a huge amount of money, mind you, for large contracts. And what we found, actually you get 7% in the clients that we have used. They have used our system for the last 3 years or so. Safety goes up because you can report on a pre-structured template on a mobile using evidence. Delays have gone down because we have a forecast module which can give you a forecast, intelligent forecast of what will go wrong when. The other one is efficiency goes up. You don't have to run behind information. Information runs behind you. Why? You can have, we provide sort of an alert on your dashboard on your mobile every single time you miss a deadline in a project. You know, normally these building projects have about 35, 40,000 items, activities to do. It's so difficult for one man to check what's happening where. It alerts every time you miss a deadline or there's a delay. It alerts every time you ask for something which is not planned for. It alerts every time you miss an equipment uptime, your Hydra is not working, Expert is down. So all the alerts which gives you enough time to take decisions. So we work across housing projects, infrastructure projects, highway projects, power or telecom projects, shipyards. We have clients in Asia, North America, Middle East. We have an office in Canada, fully office in Canada, which takes care of the North American clients. So we said you would improve 30% on your efficiency, and our commercial model is very, very simple. So we have different modules that you see here, and we have very simple. We have just one. We have a fixed price for module independent of number of users, number of projects, number of sites. That is our USP compared to the others. The other thing, we have a document management system because you understand there's a lot of documents, drawings, specifications that people need on the remote site. We provide that. Our app works offline. So even in the infrastructure industry, you understand in a remote site where there's no internet, system don't work, but sorry, our systems work. We provide offline capability. You can use offline mobile, and then it syncs back when we get to a network. So it's built for the owners. It's built for the contractors. Simple. The subcontractors will get. Today, there's a cycle of 60 days when a subcontractor, poor fellow, provides bills and he gets the money. With our system, we bring it down to 15 days. Because there's no revalidation. It's done real-time online. Whatever work you have done, we certify. Right? So we have office in India and office in Canada. And our proposition is simple commercial way of giving it to B2B. We don't care about number of projects. We don't care about number of users. Anyone can use any number of users, any location, offline. That's how we reach out to the customers compared to our competitors. Thank you so much. Any other questions?
Thank you. Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. Okay, I won't hold you on I'm between you and your lunch. I hope you had a great time listening to these lovely pitches. We have, just wanted to check how many of you are looking at raising funds here, if I can see a raise of hands. Okay, great. So now it is very important for you to listen to our next speaker. We have Mr. Jaideep Singh Kalra, who's the Director and Region Head Business Banking, HSBC Commercial Banking, who's going to talk about what HSBC has to offer for startups. We welcome you, sir. Please have a round of applause. Thank you. Looking forward to your session. Thank you. You can sit, you can take the podium.
Hello. Yeah, I think I'm audible, right?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, CII, and thank you so much to a great audience. I think we've heard some great, startups solving some real problems. And I particularly like the format of this event because I think corporate and startup engagement is probably one of those missing links today to really, grow and empower the whole startup ecosystem. So thank you so much for the theme. Now, I know, like he said, I'm going to be between you and lunch, so let me not bore you with much of banking. Hopefully, let me narrate to you a story. We all like listening to stories, and this story is of one of the oldest startups in India. Okay, let me start with a quick question. Any guesses for how old HSBC is in India? Yes, sir, please. How much? 125. Okay, great. That was good, but let's have a wilder guess. Yes. Okay, it's about 160 years old. Okay, so it's a long history for a financial institution. Obviously, we have been there all throughout, but it's also a very interesting history. If I take cues from what startups are talking about today, disruption or the word pivot. It's an interesting story of how a large organization also has to pivot along the way. We were the first ones to introduce the ATM into the country. Obviously, that was a technology-led kind of pivoting. Then when GST happened, I think it was a great revolution for SMEs, and therefore we pivoted towards whatever we could be doing for a large corporate. GST, along with digital, has helped us to pivot and do more at the grassroots level of the economy. Now, why am I really sharing this story? I think it actually, for any startup today, we are seeing a wave, okay? We are seeing a wave of startups come up solving different world problems. And the way we look at, this from a very macro perspective, there are almost like these 5 Ds, which are, probably making India very unique in the entire global landscape. First, obviously, is democracy. And we all take democracy for granted, but I think that's very fundamental to the growth story of India. Second is data. Almost every single startup here who came somewhere is trying to understand and use that data. The third is digital. Obviously, everything is moving digital. COVID has only hastened this journey for banks or for startups, etc. Third, I think is the most interesting, is demographic. You go to a educational institute today, first year, second year students are curating startups. So the maturity, the awareness level at a very youth, and what is probably missing from a lot of MSMEs today is the second demographic, which is women entrepreneurship, participation of women in the labor force. So that is, again, if you go statistically or if you even go anecdotally, the startups who have women co-founders or women in the team will have a higher rate of actually making and impressing, as well as ensuring that they get funded. So any of the startups who came here, I think you should really think about using the third D of demography. The final D, which I believe is really very unique to India, again, is demand. We are seeing not only domestic demand, but today Indian startups are solving for global demand. So these are the 5 Ds which we at a macro level are seeing, and therefore we are trying to engage a lot more with startups. Now, how does a large organization, or for that matter, a corporate, engage with startups? Now, I think what we have seen, if you take a step back, startups go through a very interesting journey, right? You would have heard a term called stage-by-stage investing. The first stage of a startup is where the founder is actually investing in himself or herself. That could be a college student or someone who's worked 20 years of his life. That's the first step. You're investing in yourself. And we are trying to work along with educational institutions. We're trying to work with incubators to see how we can assist in that journey of the first stage of investment. That's when you achieve the founder market fit, right? The second stage is when the startup is investing in understanding the consumer. And that is highly underrated. It takes no money. You don't need to raise lots of funding. So sorry if I'm, deflecting the question of funding. I will come to that. But that is the important stage where how well does the startup understand its customer? And, we were taught about customer centricity. We thought customer centricity is about, doing a focus group discussion once in 6 months. Startups have taught us that you almost listen to your customer every day, right? So that's the second stage. The third stage is when you start making revenues. how we are trying to help startups and when you start making revenues, you need working capital. So we are trying to not only help you with the revenue kind of achievement and how we can get you to a level where you are connected to the ecosystem to raise the initial seed capital, but also how we can fund those revenues. And now banks are innovating in various ways, but banks are only one source of capital. Startups need to look at the wider ecosystem. So there are a lot of revenue-based financing NBFCs who are much more flexible. So we're trying to work with them. Once you've made revenues, the next stage obviously is how do you ramp it up? How do you scale it? And that's where I think a lot of corporate engagement is important. And also how can you solve globally? So obviously we are present in over 57 countries, so it makes it easy for us to say that why can't every startup become global? But yes, we see startups today focusing on one geography at a time. We see very early stage startups, let's say going to one country, understanding that ecosystem, partnering and trying to build a scalable model. So this is more about what we are seeing as a bank, and I think, like I said, every startup is at a different stage. So you should always see what the ecosystem can deliver to you. And thanks to obviously CII for giving us this opportunity. But I hope it gives some perspective of how corporates can probably look to partner startups at every stage of their journey. Do not wait for a startup to become a unicorn. That's too late. The startup ecosystem will truly need support at a very early stage. These are some of the partnerships. Like I said, we call it beyond banking. So if you have a proposition as a company, develop something beyond it so that's when you get in touch with all the partners who can help your clients in more ways than one. Okay? Just as an example, and I'm going to stop here. There's a wonderful lunch being laid out. I have my team here as well. Would love to interact with everyone. And congratulations to all the wonderful startups who presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the lovely session and lovely information about what the bank is doing for the startup ecosystem. With this, we conclude the first half of the summit. We break for lunch now. Post-lunch, we have an eminent panel, eminent speakers coming in for the corporate panels that we have. We have investors coming in to speak about the investments perspective. So kindly have your lunch and see if you can be back by in the next 15 to 20 minutes. We also have the central minister who's going to join us. So looking forward to seeing you in the next 15 to 20 minutes. I know it's short time, but we overshot. So hence the request.
शुभ आरंभम GRT என்றென்றும் GRT Jewelers शुभ ஆரம்பங்களின் ஆரம்பம்.
A 5-day journey that opened new avenues for Indian startups to the United Kingdom's industry leaders, governments, corporates, and startup stakeholders by the CII Centre of Excellence for Innovation, Entrepreneurship, and Startups. With an objective to provide Indian startups an opportunity to showcase their innovation and as well understand the international markets for their own business growth. The 22-member startup delegation represented FinTech, Agritech, Industry 4.0, Automotive, Legal Tech, ICT, and other emerging technologies. The delegation visited various companies, attended workshops and presentations, had interactive sessions with industry, academia, incubators, investors, corporates, government, and met with leading startup ecosystem enablers in the UK. Let's hear from some of these startups what they have experienced.
We've learned how to, basically create legal entities, make the advantage of the taxation, the incentives provided by the UK government.
I think I'm really looking forward to sort of being part of the CII delegations in the future, as well as expanding revenue, as well as selling software to businesses in the UK and across the world.
There's a range of people that we have met. So starting from people who are running Steam House, innovation hubs, university campuses. It's just been an amazing experience.
Highlight of the UK ecosystem is that they have several soft landing and market entry programs available for startups.
Tech UK membership briefing was equally enlightening for us. We see a lot of opportunities here and look forward to collaborating with UK companies.
We are also understanding the aquaculture here in UK. So that's a great travel we had.
The program was very well structured and the kind of meetings which were scheduled was immensely useful. So as an incubation center, we constantly look for opportunities for our startup, the way we can support our startups.
We were 20 plus delegates, not only startup founders, but also incubators and enterprises, and the learnings that we had amongst each other on networking and getting to know, together the entire ecosystem spread across the UK has been incredible.
I believe that our soft landing to UK would be much easier now, and thank you CII for giving this confidence. Thank you so much.
कैसे हम बिहार से ब्रिटेन तक की जर्नी को बहुत ही इजी तरीके से एस्टैब्लिश कर सकते हैं. फंडिंग की अपॉर्चुनिटी हो, चाहे लोकल टैलेंट को आपको हायर करना हो या अपने बिजनेस को ग्लोबल लेवल पे ले जाए, हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी बात है.
CIES is creating a strong ecosystem for entrepreneurship in the country to increase the odds of entrepreneurial success in India. To be a part of future delegations, register your interest at CII-CIES.in, info@CII-CIES.in.
Are you an HNI, investment head, promoter or head of an Indian family office? Still investing in the traditional asset class? However, never explored wealth creation opportunities by backing Indian startups? Let us explain how you can get started. Now with CII, CIES and Tirate Ventures. Connect and engage with India's homegrown established VC fund to understand the finer aspects of investing in startups. Learn from the best in the industry on how to evaluate potential investments and build and manage your portfolio from scratch. Some of the key faculty members are Mr. Chris Gopalakrishnan, co-founder Infosys and chairman CII, CIES and Axolor Ventures. Mr. Sunil Kant Munjal, chairman Hero Enterprise and chairman CII National Startup Council. Mr. Sudhir Sethi, founder and chairman Chirate Ventures. Mr. TCM Sundaram, founder and vice chairman Chirate Ventures. Mr. Manish Choksi, non-executive director, Asian Paints. Get a hands-on approach with experiential learning to help you initiate your investment journey into startups with CII CIES cohort for family offices. So register your interest on www.ciicies.in.
Business head come and approve that. It's a very tough.
Can be an independent session by itself, so I will try to manage it in terms of time. And
7% year on year. For the last 30 years, we've grown at
that I end up being slightly, very crowded situation. So multiple investors with different viewpoints. Some people thought we should be slow.
Independent innovation team which is working with a CII or developing an internal innovation
will actually show results or other things that we should do differently. So it's very helpful to be in forums like this.
I would like to invite more people to participate in this so that we can generate more wealth in India and give back to society and help others in need.
The podium for the first speaker, I'd like to quickly play a short video.
It was so fruitful 2 days where CII and Chirate has co-organized this event. It was very relevant because we learned so much about how the other industry peers are doing. What are the norms and the best practices being followed by the VCs and the other CVCs and the other family offices. So it was very insightful. More than that, I was able to make a lot of connections, which is going to help me in my strategy in running this CVC. And also connection in terms of getting better deals and how we can co-invest and find right set of startups. So I congratulate CII and Chirate and look forward for many more such events.
There is so much of interest that is being shown of late in the last 2-3 years in investing in supporting startups. What we've learned, what is the key takeaway that you would ask me is I think it is kind of the family offices should know that it is a very illiquid segment. They should not be expecting returns in say 5 to 7 years. Once they invest in startups, they need to understand that once they have invested, they've understood the model of the startup, they have their interest in that particular initiative, only then they will have to invest. It's completely, it's a high risk business, and very important, even at the time of investing, deciding to invest, they should know when to exit. So these are a few takeaways, that, one needs to invest, and the wealth is not just being generated, out of thin air. There is a lot of understanding in this aspect, and I think given all that risk, it's still an interesting proposition to go ahead with.
I would like to thank CII and CII Ventures for this excellent event. A lot of learning all the way from the science of investing to different strategies a family office can use to invest. A lot of learning over the 2 days and excellent networking as well as an opportunity to meet industry leaders. I look forward to many such events and thank you.
We're predominantly manufacturing of food items, and we started this. I attended this cohort 2 days ago, being a little skeptical about what startups are all about. So the program was actually very well articulated about why should we invest in startups, what is the benefit, how do you manage to create wealth, and maybe why you shouldn't be investing in a startup also was covered, which was actually a good interesting topic to learn. And in addition, we also focused a little bit about the legal frameworks required, the different types of startups required, and the different frameworks available on how do you evaluate startups as well. So the 2 days was a pretty good learning event, and you obviously networked with a lot of people, and the event was done very well thanks to CII and CII Ventures. They've been all over the place, and they've been very helpful and very friendly to deal with as well.
We like investing in startups because we believe that disruption comes from the outside. When you look at a lot of the founders in this country, they don't necessarily come from the industry that they're disrupting. It's a very exciting space because you get to keep your ear to the ground also when you invest in startups. You get to understand the kind of new tech, new services, new products that are coming into a particular space. Being in the real estate industry, we keep a close eye on prop tech. We do a lot to work with startups and mentor them and also adopt their solutions because sometimes the Indian solutions are a lot quicker, a lot cheaper than some of the more regularized and standard global solutions out there. We also like investing in prop tech, but especially climate tech. Because I think with real estate, it's one of the largest carbon emitters in terms of carbon emissions because of the nature of construction that happens. So one way of sort of giving back to the community, to the country is also looking at climate tech startups, because there are so many solutions, whether it's in water management, energy management, clean construction, alternate materials for construction. And this way it helps us build in a more responsible manner. A lot of the times while we are building our cities and while rapid urbanization is happening, it's important to invest in startups that will help you build in a responsible manner. So those are some of the things that we like, apart from encouraging Indian founders and encouraging the entrepreneurial spirit that startups bring. And finally, I guess it's a way to make an impact in this country as well. So those are the many reasons why we look at investing in startup.
CII शुभ आरंभम CII GRT Jewelers. ಶುಭ ಆರಂಭங்களின் ಆರಂಭம்.
A 5-day journey that opened new avenues for Indian startups to the United Kingdom's industry leaders, governments, corporates, and startup stakeholders by the CII Centre of Excellence for Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Startups. With an objective to provide Indian startups an opportunity to showcase their innovation and as well understand the international markets for their own business growth. The 22-member startup delegation represented FinTech, Agritech, Industry 4.0, Automotive, Legal Tech, ICT and other emerging technologies. The delegation visited various companies, attended workshops and presentations, had interactive sessions with industry, academia, incubators, investors, corporates, government and met with leading startup ecosystem enablers in the UK. Let's hear from some of these startups what they have experienced.
We've learned how to, basically create legal entities, make the advantage of the taxation, the incentives provided by the UK government.
I think I'm really looking forward to sort of being part of the CII delegations in the future, as well as expanding revenue, as well as selling software to businesses in the UK and across the world.
There's a range of people that we have met. So starting from people who are running steam house, innovation hubs, university campuses. It's just been an amazing experience.
Highlight of the UK ecosystem is that they have several soft landing and market entry programs available for startups.
The Tech UK membership briefing was equally enlightening for us. We see a lot of opportunities here and look forward to collaborating with UK companies.
We are also understanding the aquaculture here in UK. So that's a great travel we had.
The program was very well structured and the kind of meetings which were scheduled was immensely useful. So as an incubation center, we constantly look for opportunities for our startup, the way we can support our startups.
We were 20 plus delegates, not only startup founders but also incubators and enterprises, and the learnings that we had amongst each other, networking and getting to know together the entire ecosystem spread across the UK has been incredible.
I believe that our soft landing to UK would be much easier now, and thank you CII for giving this confidence. Thank you so much.
कैसे हम बिहार से ब्रिटेन तक की जर्नी को बहुत ही इजी तरीके से एस्टैब्लिश कर सकते हैं। फंडिंग की अपॉर्चुनिटी हो, चाहे लोकल टैलेंट को आपको हायर करना हो या अपने बिजनेस को ग्लोबल लेवल पे ले जाए, हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी बात है।
CIES is creating a strong ecosystem for entrepreneurship in the country to increase the odds of entrepreneurial success in India. To be a part of future delegations, register your interest at CII-CIES.in, info@CII-CIES.in.
Are you an HNI, investment head, promoter or head of an Indian family office? Still investing in the traditional asset class? However, never explored wealth creation opportunities by backing Indian startups? Let us explain how you can get started.
In the main hall, as the minister has already arrived and we are about to commence the session in the next 5 minutes, please. May I request the guests in the hall to kindly be seated? Thank you.
வீசும் பேரழகா ஈடில்லாபரணம் தங்க விழா வைபோகம் சுபாரம்பம் ஜிஆர்டி சுபாரம்பம் ஜிஆர்டி என்றென்றும் ஜிஆர்டி ஜுவல்லர்ஸ் சுப ஆரம்பங்களின் ஆரம்பம்.
A very good afternoon and welcome back, delegates. We'll starting the session in the next 2 minutes. May I please request all to come and be seated in the Sovereign Hall 2. The Minister has already arrived, please. Can we all please be seated so that we can start the proceedings? Good afternoon. Can I request all the delegates to please join back in the Sovereign Hall? We are about to commence the session. Can I request the delegates to please take their seats? Thank you. Dear delegates, can I request you to please take your seats so that we can start the proceedings? Our minister is already here with us.
Yeah, this is for the people in the lunch hall, requesting you to please join us. The Honorable Minister is here at the venue. We will get started. This announcement is for the people in the lunch hall, please. Requesting if you can join us at the earliest. Sorry. ये सब लोग आ गए वहाँ है जो मैं अभी बोल रिपीट ग्रुप पे बोलो मैं आपको कॉल करता हूँ
Good afternoon all. This announcement is specially for our guest in the lunch area. Request you to please join us back in the Sovereign Hall. The Minister, Honorable Minister is already here with us and we would like to start the session. Good afternoon, dear delegates. This announcement is specially for the delegates in the lunch area. Request you to please join us back in the Sovereign Hall. We would like to start the proceedings for the day. Thank you. A very good afternoon to all our distinguished guests and welcome back, delegates. It gives me immense pleasure to extend a very hearty welcome to all of you to the CII National Startup Summit with the theme Unlocking Innovation Through Corporate Startup Engagement. The objective of the summit is to highlight and deliberate the key areas of collaboration for corporates and startups in unlocking innovations and avenues for corporate startup collaborations. I, Mamta Malik, on behalf of the 10th CII Centre of Excellence on Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Startups, extend a very warm welcome to all of you and for taking the time out to join us today on this very special session. Can we please join our hands to welcome our dignitaries today? So we have with us Mr. Chris Gopalakrishnan, Chairman CII, CIES and co-founder Infosys, Dr. Omkar Rai, Dr. Chintan Vaishnav, Ms. Astha Grover, Ms. Manisha Verma, IAS Principal Secretary, Department of Skills, Ms. Anu Sriram, Chairman CII, Women in Innovation Steering Committee, Mr. C.K. Ranganathan, Chairman CII, Startuppreneur Awards, Shri Rajiv Chandrasekharji, Honorable Minister for Skill Development, Entrepreneurship, Electronics and Information, Government of India. May I please request our respected dignitaries to please rise for a group photograph. Thank you. Thank you so very much. May I please request Mr. Chris Gopalakrishnan, Chairman, CII, CIES, and co-founder Infosys to welcome and give the opening remarks. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us today. A very warm welcome, special welcome to all of you for the CII National Startup Summit. I want to thank all of you, all the speakers, all the participants, all the startups that did the pitch session before lunch. Thank you all. Sri Rajiv Chandrasekharji, my friend C.K. Rankanath, Anu Sriram, Manisha Verma, Astha Grover, Chintan Vaishnav, Omkar Rai. A special welcome to all of you for this event today. This session primarily focuses on unlocking innovation through corporate startup engagement. So the two sides to this are, one, the large enterprises, the corporates, the established companies, and the other side is the startups, which bring new ideas, new thoughts, new energy, new excitement, new way of doing business, and is really poised, really looking forward to any support that they can get to scale their companies, to create enduring enterprises. And this is where CII has put together this program of corporate startup engagement. CII has more than 9,000 members, direct members, and about 50,000 indirect members. And we believe that CII is in the right position to make the corporate engagement with startups happen, and you will actually see an example of that today through the awards that we give out. The engagement from a corporate side is to create new sales opportunities by including the markets from the startups. Engagement is creating innovation within the organization by partnering with the startup, by maybe even acquiring the startup and bring them on board. The opportunity is to develop leaders within the company by mentoring these startups, because when you work with a startup, you get a view of every aspect of the startup's business, whereas when you are in a larger enterprise, you get only a siloed view, the department that you are working in, you are responsible for. So we believe that there are, and of course the financial benefit of investing and working with startups. So from the corporate side, there are large number of benefits, and that is why we are seeing more and more corporates now coming forward to work with startups. And of course, I already mentioned the benefits to startups.
On a broader theme, I want to mention that, and CII has specific programs to make this happen. We have a systematic program to expose startups to corporates and corporates to startups. On the corporate side, we have a one-day program which gives you the benefits and tells you how you can engage with startups. Then we take them through a much longer term program. How do you set up an incubator? How do you set up a corporate venture fund, etc.? And how do you identify the startups that you would like to work with? And then step by step, how do you engage with these startups? So we have a program for corporates on how to make this indeed happen. So, giving a broader perspective, I strongly believe that in the last 8-9 years, India has risen to become the third best place for startups. The government has clearly articulated a vision, the need for startups for the economy, how startups are going to drive economic growth, job creation, etc. Has supported, not just the central government, but every state government has supported the engagement with startups, encouraging startups, and creating the right ecosystem for startups, and results are there to see. On the startup side, on the founder side, I think they have embraced this role and goal of transforming India into a developed economy through innovation and through startups. It has attracted large amount of funding. India will continue to be, I believe, one of the top destinations in the world, maybe even become the top one destination, the destination for startups in the future, because of the need for innovation in India, the need for solutions, the need for new solutions in India. Every industry will require these. But I want to just focus on one thing before I conclude. The need for all the stakeholders to build trust in the ecosystem. Now, what I mean by this is that on the founder's side, they need to focus on value creation before thinking about valuation. They need to focus on performance, serving customers, and that's how you build value. They need to focus on governance. They need to focus on creating enduring companies, long-term enterprises, long-term organizations. They need to make sure that investors, and not the earliest investor, but the latest investor, receiving benefit from investing in that company. They have to take care of every investor. On the investor side, again, they need to help build enduring enterprises. Valuation follows value creation. And when you think about exit, you're exiting to an organization, exiting to public investors, exiting to somebody. Make sure that they also benefit from this. Exit does not mean that you make money and you don't care what happens to the person left with the baby. You must make sure that the organization that is going to continue to run with this must benefit. And a third stakeholder here is the government, the regulators, etc. They've done a fantastic job, and I said, no, the last 8-9 years, we have become the third best ecosystem for startups. But there needs to be, and we need to continue to focus, because this is a long-term marathon, and it's a journey. So we need to make sure that there's continued focus on startups. We need to continue to build trust of these founders on the support that they're receiving from the government, continue to have dialogue on a continuous basis. And we need to continue to focus on the ease of doing business, the compliance load, taxation, every aspect of this, because these companies can become enterprises in any part of the world. They can start their business in any part of the world. So we need to make sure that they have a very good reason to remain and stay in India. And that's again a continuous process in this competitive world. If we do this, if all the stakeholders come together to keep one thing in mind, which is to make India a developed economy, I strongly believe that I think we will rewrite the story of India. India will become, I got corrected today, I said 20 trillion, but somebody corrected me to say that we can actually become a $40 trillion economy by 2047, the next 25 years. So CII wants to play an active role in making this happen, and by looking at this audience, I feel confident that we can indeed do that. Thank you all very much being part of this ecosystem. Thank you for being actually active members of this ecosystem, playing the different roles that you are playing today to make this indeed happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, sir, for those opening remarks and for setting the context for the session today. May I please request Ms. Anu Sriram, Chairperson, CII Women in Innovation Steering Committee and co-founder and Joint Managing Director, Integra Software Services, to brief the August gathering on the CII Women in Innovation initiative. Welcome, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Honorable Minister, Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar, Ms. Manish Verma, Mr. Chris Gopalakrishnan, Mr. CKR, Dr. Chintan, Ms. Asta, Dr. Omkar. Very, very happy to be here, especially during the CII Startup Summit, and the kind of the importance which has been given to the diversity and inclusivity aspect, giving a opportunity to showcase the achievements of women startups. So very happy to have been part of the initiative. So today we are releasing the compendium featuring 50 women startups, and these women startups have been featured from across India. Very stringent screening process was involved, and like all of you know that I just want to set some context. If you see in academics, it's most likely the women who are toppers. We know that now recently all the academic results were announced. But what happens, always it wonders what happens to this academic excellence, how does it translate into the workplace? If you see, there's always a leaking pipeline. So in the startup, there's huge potential. Mr. Chris was telling that India is going to be the third largest startup nation. When there's so much potential, there's so much opportunity for the women to also grow and succeed. And if you see, currently only 18% of the startups are led by women. So there's a huge way to grow. So we believe the starting is just this compendium. We thought we should recognize lots to be done to change the situation. One such initiative is to celebrate the women startups and showcasing them through a compendium. This compendium has been compiled with 3 key objectives. One is to enable more women to join the economic workforce by way of entrepreneurship, and facilitating the corporate startup connect for market access and growth, which already the center is focusing a lot on. I believe the women will benefit a lot from these initiatives. And thirdly, to encourage more and more women entrepreneurs as role models and in the startup ecosystem. So today the compendium is being launched to celebrate the achievement, resilience and entrepreneurial spirit of the women across our nation. Though there is lots to catch up, the current state of women entrepreneurs in India is both inspiring and very, very promising. We have witnessed a remarkable increase in the number of women-led startups. These women are breaking barriers, challenging status quo, and creating lasting impact in the industry, and also are very importantly for actually being as role models for more women to come into the startup ecosystem. However, I'm sure the women, though all startups have their own challenges, women in particular have the added challenge of balancing family, breaking the societal barriers. So lot more specific challenges related to women. And so limited access to funding. So I think this center has lots to offer for the women startups. And industry associations like CII already, Mr. Chris has already spoken, provide the power of collaboration, mentorship and advocacy. And through these programs, they provide the necessary resources, guidance and platform for women entrepreneurs. So, and also the market access, the Startup Corporate Connect, I think will go a long way in providing the market support as well as in terms of funding. So we believe recognition is a powerful tool for change. By showcasing the top 50 women-led startups in this compendium, we believe that we are not alone celebrating their achievements, but also creating wonderful role models for others. And I'm happy that some of these women who have been featured in this compendium are here with us. So I request them to rise in their seats. Please so give them a big round of applause. So congratulations. And I would like to, before concluding, like to definitely thank all the people who have worked to bring out this compendium, the steering committee members especially, Geetika Kamli, Vijay Rao, Jayashri Mohanty, Shubha Nadeshan, Kamna and Mr. Pata for all their wonderful contribution. My special appreciation to Vijay Rao, who has put in a lot of hours in shortlisting and talking to the women. And also to Ms. Jayashri, who has brought wonderful women startups from the state of Orissa. My sincere gratitude to Mr. Chris Gopalakrishnan for giving emphasis on promoting diversity and inclusivity initiatives of the center. My special thanks to Mr. CKR for his support and being a mentor for me and for Integra as well. I would like to thank PwC, who is our knowledge partner, for all their work. I think it was enormous work talking to all the 50 women and bringing out their stories to life through this compendium. So my big thanks to them. My appreciation to Madhu Vasanti for her passionate support always, especially for women-related initiatives, and to Varun for his constant support throughout the process. And I would like to conclude saying that we are not only here to celebrate the women achievers, but also to join hands to mentor, collaborate with them and invest in them. This is my request to CII as well as to all the business leaders gathered here. Thank you and best wishes once again to all the women featured in the compendium. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, ma'am. May I please request our Honorable Minister to unveil the compendium, please? Can we have more copies of the book? Thank you. May I please request Mr. C.K. Ranganathan, Chairman, CII Startup Awards 2022 and Chairman and Managing Director, Kevin Care Private Limited, to brief our August gathering on the CII Startup Awards. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone, and a very warm welcome to you on behalf of CII and the Indian industry. I'm privileged to extend a very warm welcome to all assembled here. Happy to have the presence of our Honorable Minister, who has been always encouraging the startup initiatives besides entrepreneurship and other areas, skill development, electronics and information, Government of India. It's my immense pleasure to welcome all the esteemed past panelists to the inauguration of the CII Annual Startup Summit 2023. Chris highlighted a lot on the startups ecosystem in India, the various initiatives of the CII Centre in providing the much needed corporate startup connect for pushing the innovation index of the Indian industry. I think we have come a long way when we started off to this thing. I would like to applaud Chris for having done a wonderful job on a sustained basis, year after year after year. I think that's very nice to see. India is shining as a young, innovative nation with admirable innovations emerging from across all spectrums, be it in the schools, colleges, young minds in our districts. In short, the innovation ecosystem is equally contributing and emerging from across all districts of the country. That's very, very heartening. It is not metrocentric alone. It's coming from small villages also of late. It was across the districts, and more so, I think, of late we are seeing entrepreneurship is coming out of small villages. That's very nice indeed. And much needed. Village has its own problems, and we require entrepreneurs to solve the problem of the local village. To keep pace and further nurture, Indian government, both at the center and the state, are extending enabling ecosystem schemes and policies. The Indian ecosystem has grown rapidly in recent years and has become one of the most dynamic and promising in the world. We in CII being the apex industry body with a mission to facilitate startup corporate connect movement and to make Indian companies think more proactively, advocated number of programs where our members could pledge to support startups in similar business lines or otherwise, and offer mentorship, extending investments, buying back products, services, etc. to enable these startups to grow. Such connect will not only increase the chance of success of the startups multifold and generate more employment opportunities, but will also create robust culture of corporates sponsored startups, leading to creation of new ideas and innovations at each other's disposal. I feel a lot of corporates have recognized the power of innovations, and I look forward to a day where 9 out of 10 corporates are leveraging it. Leave alone, a corporate has grown to a size and they can grow, absolutely no doubt. They may not require help, but they may grow on par with the industry or slightly over and above the industry to outbeat the industry's growth. The sector in which they are there, I think they require innovation. Most of the corporates depending on their own internal innovation abilities, but the best world model, if you look at across, the best comes out when you partner with the ecosystem. It is not just within. And all the more reason the corporates need to recognize that startups are a huge advantage. And what are the advantages startups bring in is two very, very distinct ones the corporates very badly need. One is very, very differentiated innovative ideas, which is a core. The other one I would say is the speed of decision making, the speed with which a startup can move Corporates used to be one day a startup, and over a period of time, the processes and the kind of people, the bureaucracies have all eaten into that speed. I think one thing they can continue to learn from the startups is to how to make the elephant dance, is what I would say. So that's a very important ask. I think corporates, I wish more corporates recognize and come forward to that. We are quite happy to see a lot of startups are ready to partner. Over 800 startups have immense interest when we publicized. And we are extremely delighted and happy. And we are looking for more and more. And we are happy with the corporate flow, but would have been much better to look at more and more numbers to come forward. I urge the corporates, those who are here, those who have been using the kind of Startup Connect very well and mentoring them and partnering with them, continue to do so and propagate the advantage what they get to your corporate friends. So corporates also considered investing in or acquiring promising startups with direct access to culture, cutting-edge technologies, intellectual property, and emerging markets. Collaborating through joint ventures or strategic partnerships allows corporates and startups to pool in their resource, share risks, and pursue common goals. We had a very encouraging participation. In the past editions, about 40 corporates have partnered with this initiative, namely Cyient Limited, Antrix, Bharti Airtel, Dr. Reddy's Labs, Elico, Forbes Marshall, Godrej and Boyce Manufacturing Company Limited, Godrej Consumer Products, Infosys Limited, JCB India Limited, Jubilant Life Sciences, L&T, PI Industries, Pratiksha Trust, Renew Power, Tata Chemicals, Tata Power and Tata Steel, and few others. The year 2022 had the participation of 12 corporates, and out of which 10 corporates would be awarding the around 19 startups today. Startups are the selected based on their relevance to address the need of these corporates. On this occasion, would also be acknowledging the corporates for active participation. I would like to acknowledge them, corporates' participation, and adoption of emerging technology of startups, thereby propelling wealth creation and employment generation in India. I request all of you to give a big round of applause for the corporates who are enrolling today. Before we start the award facilitation, I would like to thank all the corporates and startups for the participation and support in the CII Corporate Startup Connect through CII Startuppreneur Awards. My appreciations to the awards committee members, the members of the expert panel who played a critical role in shortlisting the relevant and unique startup innovations to present to the corporate. Personally, for me, it has been a very enjoyable experience and satisfying journey of enabling the Corporate Startup Connect. In the coming years, we would like to announce more and more recognitions and awards to the startups, details of which we'll announce in the coming weeks. Thank you once again for the opportunity to chair this important program of CII. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. To move on with the next activity of the day, which is the Startuppreneur Awards, may I request the corporates and the Startuppreneur Award winners to come on stage as we announce their names. Also, may I request our Honorable Minister, Shri Rajiv Chandrasekharji, to please present a certificate of appreciation to our corporate partners. We start the award ceremony with the first corporate, Arvind Limited. I would like to invite Mr. Tapaswini, PVN, GM, XM, and Commercials to come on stage and present the awards to 24th Mile Logistics Sector, Mr. Vinayak Temgair, founder. Next we have First Hive Tech Corporation Marketing Optimization for Online Channels Domain, Mr. Sujit Sanyal, Director of Sales. 24th mile. Next we have First Hive Tech Corporation Marketing Optimization for Online Channel Domain, Mr. Sujit Sanyal, Director of Sales. Next in line, we have Trace Cost Private Limited, Project Management and Real Estate, Mr. Sunny Vora, co-founder and CTO, along with Mr. Monomoy Das. Next we have Kevin Care Private Limited, Mr. Venkatesh Vijay Raghavan, CEO and Director, Kevin Care. He would be presenting the award to Ms. Samiksha Grewal from Kagzi Bottles Private Limited. They are receiving the award for Sustainable Packaging Solutions. On behalf of GRT Jewelers India Private Limited, I would like to invite Mr. C.K. Ranganathan to present the award for the solutions in jewelry and related technologies to Gatsuya Technology Private Limited, Mr. Uma Maheswaran, Head of Customer Success. Sir, I request you to please come on stage. Also, next in category, the award is in CIES Packaging Private Limited, Ms. Silpa R and Mr. Pavan P. May I please request our August gathering to put your hands together and appreciate the effort by our startuppreneurs. Thank you so very much. It's very encouraging. Next in line, we have India First Life Insurance Company, Mr. Sarabjit Singh Dunna, Head Change Management and SQA. And the award will be presented to VRMBD Services Private Limited, the Medi Bank, Mr. Maulik Bagadia, the founder. So please come on stage. Let's please encourage our startuppreneurs by putting our hands together. Thank you so much. I now invite the Chairman and Managing Director of Raj Ratan Global Wire Limited, Mr. Sunil Chadoria, to present the award to LFC Digital Solutions Private Limited, Mr. Om Prakash NS, Director for Solutions in Industry 4.0. Saint Gobain India Private Limited, Dr. Karthik Kumar, Center Director, Saint Gobain Research India Private Limited, will present the awards to Saint Gobain India Private Limited, Dr. Karthik Kumar from Saint Gobain India Private Limited will present the award to Regino Ventures Private Limited, Circular Economy Domain, Mr. Sibhi MD. Genevo Ventures Private Limited, Circular Economy Domain, Mr. Sibhi. Do we have representatives from Genevo Ventures Private Limited? Respirer Living Science Private Limited, Sustainability Domain, Mr. Chetan Bhattacharjee, Head of Policy Research. So request you to please come on stage. Next, may I request Life and Limb Private Limited, Digital Transformation Domain, Mr. Nishant Agarwal, Director and CEO. May I request Tata Steel Limited, Nobuneta Das, Head InnoVenture, along with a colleague Anis and Latika, to hand over the awards to Exposome Private Limited, Sustainability Sector, Dr. Prerna Godaria and Mr. Ashish Daga. GK91 Digital Private Limited, replacement of pulverized coal and coking coal by Baichor Domain, Mr. Prasad Dahapute, CEO, along with Mr. Avnish Kamble, Chief Marketing Officer, Mr. Mukesh Kumar, CTO. So please come up on stage. Congratulations, winners. May I request representatives from Tata AII Life Insurance Company Limited, Mr. Abneet Sarkar and Kanesh, to come on stage. Mr. Chris Gopalakrishnan to give awards to TGC Technologies Private Limited, the gamification company, Mr. Rajiv Chaudhary, founder and CEO. TGC Technologies Private Limited, the gamification company, Mr. Rajiv Chaudhary. Request you to please come on stage, please. Request our audience to give a big round of applause. Next, I would request Ms. Anu Sriram to give away the award to Webtiga, Mr. Raghu Bala, CEO, and Mr. Harish Kamath, Director. Webtiga. May I request Ms. Anu Sriram to please give the awards to Webtiga? Let's encourage our startups. Next in line, we have Triveni Engineering and Industries Limited, Mr. Akash Prem Sen, VP Strategy, along with his colleague Himanshu Bhutan, Senior Manager Strategy, to come on stage and give the awards to NRV DesignX Private Limited. For digitization, Mr. Rajat Srivastav, CEO and founder, Mr. Parveen Sethi, VP Sales and Marketing. So please request you to come on stage. Next in line, Mr. Factory AI Private Limited for digitization, Mr. K. Srihari Murthy, co-founder and CEO. Mr. Adrian Ribbon Pinto, co-founder and COO, Mr. Hitanjan Sarkar, CTO, co-founder, to please come up on stage. We have Mr. K. Srihari Murthy from Factory AI Private Limited. Sensiake Labs Private Limited. For Food and Agri Sector, Mr. Vinod Kumar, Founder and Director. So I request you to please come on stage. Next we have Vaycool Foods and Products Private Limited, Mr. Raja Duri Tirumurthy, Head Commercial and Business Finance, Mr. Vijay Iyer, Head PR and Corporate Relations, Vaycool Foods, to present the award to BKC Aggregator Private Limited, Dr. BK Singh, CTO, BKC Aggregator Private Limited. Next we have Arogyam Medisoft Solutions Private Limited, Mr. Rajiv Mondal, CEO. Logbase Kalavani, Senior Development Manager. May I request representatives from Arvind Limited to please come on stage. We have representatives from 24th Mile Logistics Sector. Representatives from Arogyam Medisoft Solutions Private Limited. May I please request representatives from Arvind Limited to come back on stage and give an award to the 24th Mile Logistics Sector, Mr. Vinayak Temgayar, Founder. Thank you so very much. May I request our August gathering to please be seated. As we move forward, may I now request Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekharji, Honorable Minister of State, Skill Development and Entrepreneurship and Electronics and Information, Government of India, to deliver the keynote address.
Good afternoon to everybody, to my friend and an inspiration to many startups in Bengaluru and all around the country, Gopal Krishnan, CKR, who's a legend in his own right, and to all on the dais and all of those who are present here, good afternoon. First of all, congratulations to all of those who have won these awards today. Congratulations to also those who are in this very well designed and certainly very inspiring compendium on women in innovation. And let me first of all thank CII Startup Summit for inviting me to speak here this afternoon. One of the good things about my job, about this responsibility that the Honorable Prime Minister gave me on the 7th of July, 2021, is that I get to meet with those who are really the catalysts, the energy, the force multipliers behind this really reimagined ambition that India is today representing to the world in terms of innovation, in terms of startups. I have, over the course of these last 18-20 months, had the occasion to visit over 53 colleges and universities around the country. And one of the things that I can report back to you, and I suspect not all of you have visited 52 universities in the last 18 months, so I can safely report to you that this phenomenon of startups is not something that is an outlier anymore. It is actually deeply embedded in, ingrained in the ambitions of young Indians all around the country. And for those who think it is a phenomenon that is centered or headquartered only in Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Gurugram or Chennai, I can safely report to you that that is not the case, and that every young Indian, whether it is in Kohima, Srinagar, Trivandrum, Surat, any of these cities, they are all, almost all into this startup ecosystem that is being built in India and is rapidly growing. I firmly believe, as somebody who's been a techie and an entrepreneur and been in technology for over 3 decades, I usually don't go beyond saying 3 decades because then it becomes obvious how old I am. So I just leave it at 3 decades. That we are certainly as a nation at an inflection point. And we are today at the most exciting time ever in the history of independent India. Now you will say, okay, this is a politician, it's an afternoon in the middle of the week, this is what he's supposed to say. And I can tell you that this is not rhetoric. In a lot of ways, we are at a time where the millions of young Indians and their enterprise and their energy are being harnessed, are being made successful, they have opportunities to do their thing, and as a whole, the whole that represents this country of so many different young Indians and their aspirations and ambitions is proving to be more than the sum of parts. And certainly, over the last 9 years, has taken India a long distance from where it was before. I was also an entrepreneur at one point. Again, I won't tell you how many years ago. But I certainly know how difficult it was, and I think Chris will testify to that as well. Even though I will say here that Chris is older than me, and we will leave it at that, we will not dispute that. That how difficult it was to be a startup. And how it almost seemed at every stage that the system, we'll call it the system, was against a startup, and how it was almost as if everything was conspiring to make a startup change his or her mind and do something else. And I use a simple classic example to explain how things were so different before. In 2012, in Parliament, I introduced a document that showed that 97% of the Indian banking system's net worth, 97%, had been lent to 9 groups, 9 industrial groups. That was then where our economic model pretty much depended on these 5 or 10 or 9 or 15 conglomerates, and they represented the Indian economy, and as they rose, the economy rose. As they fell, the economy fell. As they decided to go on holiday, our economy went on a holiday. And today, our economy is no longer captive to just 1 or 2 or 3 conglomerates. There are hundreds and hundreds of thousands, and hopefully in some years, millions of startups that are creating economic activity, creating wealth, creating jobs, and contributing to the growth of our GDP. This is, in a lot of ways, when people ask me what is the difference between India now in 2022, 2023, and what is the difference between the India that we all started as entrepreneurs, that is the fundamental difference. That entrepreneurship, startups, are a fundamental part of the Indian economic architecture and design. I'll share a story with you. A few months after I was given this privilege of serving in the Council of Ministers, I led a delegation of startups to the UK. And as I landed in the UK, there were about 30 startups, 28, 30 startups. The High Commissioner met me and he said, there are about 6 ministers of the UK government who want to meet me. So certainly I felt suddenly that I've arrived. I'm this big famous person who's suddenly become a minister, and the whole UK government wants to meet me. And I felt very good about it the whole evening. And turns out the next day morning it was broken to me very gently that the ministers didn't want to meet me, they wanted to meet the 30 startups. And over the 3 days, they got to engage with the startups, young Indians from all across the country, confident, sharp, successful, completely clear about where they wanted to go, where they had come from, what they wanted to do. And on the last day, on Sunday morning, there was a breakfast at the Prime Minister's residence, 10 Downing Street. And it was Boris Johnson who was Prime Minister, and he met with these youngsters, came out from that breakfast, held my hand, and he said, what is it that the Prime Minister of India, what does Narendra Modi ji feed these youngsters? Where does this confidence and this capability come from? So obviously I didn't have an answer because I didn't quite think that anybody was feeding anybody anything. So I said, no, it is actually, this was always the potential of India. And what this government has done, what our leader has done, what the Prime Minister has done, is essentially unshackle and enable these young performers to perform, achieve, and succeed. Let me give you a quick snapshot of where I think, first of all, I think this model that Chris and CKR, you and the CII have pioneered and have certainly put your weight behind of partnering startups and corporates is a wonderful idea. And I think it is the model where increasingly corporates, governments, academia, and startups as a trinity or as a quadrangle cooperate, collaborate to grow the innovation capabilities in our country, the innovation ecosystem in our country. And in a lot of ways, corporates, by partnering with startups, are creating a win-win model. Because at a time when more and more youngsters look to creating startups and enterprises and not jobs, this is the perfect way to collaborate for large brands and large corporates and large businesses with startups to extend the horizon, extend the radar, extend their own horizon of capabilities. So this is indeed a good, powerful model, and I wish CII and the organizers the very best, because I think this is something that needs to accelerate, grow, and expand even further. Let me quickly touch on a few things before I wrap up. In the technology space, where I have some view and I have a perspective, because that is the ministry that I work in, I can certainly tell you that there isn't an opportunity in technology, there isn't a space in technology that Indian startups are not present in. In 2014, when we talked about the digital economy or talked about the tech economy in India, we essentially talked about a fast-growing, very rapidly expanding IT, ITES, BPO type of sector. While that continues to be a very critical piece of the digital economy goals in India and how we are expanding, the digital economy, the tech economy opportunities have expanded to way beyond that. Whether it is semiconductor design, microelectronic design, electronics manufacturing, microelectronics manufacturing, whether it is artificial intelligence, the consumer internet, the non-consumer internet, quantum, high-performance computing, the blockchain, Web3, every part of the tech economy today has Indian startups present. When I just flipped through this compendium, it is so, and I was just showing this to Chris, from brain mapping to AI to language, large language models. This is just a fabulous story about how in every thin or big slice of the tech space, we have entrepreneurship, success, and capabilities being built every day. So I have absolutely no doubt in my mind that as far as opportunities go, from space to AI to quantum to semiconductors, there is a huge universe of opportunities in front of our startups. And we are creating the legal, the legislative, the policy framework that is a stark contrast with what it was many, many years ago. We create less and less road bumps, less and less hurdles, and create a framework that makes it more and more of an enabling framework for every young Indian who has a dream, who has a passion, who has an idea, who has a capability to translate that into a successful enterprise, a successful global venture. I won't take too much more time to dwell on this, excepting to say and repeat again that we genuinely need to understand how great an opportunity this current moment of time, current time that we are living in offers to us as entrepreneurs. It is very safe to assume that the world of technology will continue to disrupt, will continue to change. Disruption is the normal. So anybody who believes that I have built a venture today and that venture will be in place for the coming years in its current form is wrong, will be proved wrong. Innovation and constant innovation is the only real solution to bear in this unending world of changes and disruptions. For that, for example, one of the things that we are doing in part of creating the enabling framework, apart from the laws and the policies and the regulation, is to also ensure skills and upskilling opportunities are available to our startups, to our engineers, to our students in college, students who are out of college, so that the reality that learning is a never-ending process is also part of the enabling framework that we build out for young Indians. I'll end here, and I thank again to CII for inviting me to speak. I congratulate all of you who have won today, congratulate all of you who are in the compendium, and I wish this partnership model of corporates and startups more success. And I wish you all the very best and a happy, good afternoon, successful afternoon. Thank you. Jai Hind. Namaskar.
Thank you so very much, sir, for those inspiring remarks. Moving forward in today's program, we present to you CII CIES ICON program. ICON is a virtual platform initiated in 2021 to connect all our ecosystem partners for growth of startups. May I request Mr. Chris Gopalakrishnan, Chairman CIES, to please exchange letter of intent with our corporate partners. From Startup Odisha, Dr. Omkar Rai, Executive Chairman, Startup Odisha. This is a year-long partnership with Corporate Connect and access to national and international markets through the ICON platform. So may I please request Dr. Omkar Rai, Executive Chairman, Startup Odisha, and Mr. Chris Gopalakrishnan, Chairman, CIES, to please exchange the letter of intent. May I request Mr. Bipin Lokhande, Country Marketing Manager, India, ASEAN and ANZ from ANSYS, to exchange letter of intent with Mr. Chris Gopalakrishnan, Chairman, CIES. This is a year-long partnership for simulation technology that will benefit the startups in fast-tracking them in their designing and product development. Mr. Bipin Lokhande. Thank you, sir. May I please request Dr. Omkar Rai to deliver special address?
Shri Chris Gopalakrishnan, Chairman, CII CIES and co-founder Infosys Limited. Shri C.K. Ranganathan, Chairman, CII Startup Award Committee and Managing Director, Kevin Care Private Limited. Ms. Manisha Verma, Principal Secretary, Government of Maharashtra. Dr. Chintan Vaishnav, Ms. Astha Grover, Ms. Anu Sriram, the delegates in this very Startup Summit. Startups. It's my proud privilege to be here. I must extend my gratitude towards CII for affording this opportunity. I represent Government of Odisha, Startup Odisha. This is an organization of the Government of Odisha to promote the startup ecosystem. And as you have seen that we have exchanged a kind of understanding with CII for bringing the corporate innovation platform ICON in the state of Odisha. We are a state where we are trying to bring excellence in everything that we do. And the same is true for the startup ecosystem. We created our startup policy in 2016 and we revised subsequently it in 2018. At this moment, we are still working on the revision and very soon we will bring a new policy which is absolutely very futuristic and would meet the requirement of the emerging times. We had a Startup Odisha OHub and state incubator worth 70,000 square feet of space. And sooner the government of Odisha decided that let us create a kind of huge infrastructure. Position Startup Odisha is one of the top 3 startup destination ecosystem in the state, in the country. And therefore, we have dedicated 4 lakhs square feet of space, Tower A and Tower B, known as OHub in Bhubaneswar, to make sure that we host large number of startups. We create several incubators in that space. We run Center of Excellence, maker spaces, and ecosystem players. I said we are revising our policy. We have created OHub. Apart from that, we have created a huge outreach program in the entire state. Some of the speakers have pointed out that now the tier 2 and tier 3 guys, small city people also are participating in the startup ecosystem. We are working towards that. We have conducted Startup Yatra past year. This year also we are planning to take our Startup Yatra to 200 colleges, 200 universities. run boot camps so that young boys and girls of smaller towns, they can also be afforded with the same kind of ecosystem, the same kind of knowledge, the same kind of awareness and hand-holding that is available to their friends and contemporary people from tier 1 cities. We are an ecosystem of 27 incubators in the state. We are trying to take it to 50. We have 30 districts in the state. We are going to establish one incubator in each and every district of the state. Apart from that, we are also coming up with our fund of fund. We have rolled in with SIDBI. We are trying to use SIDBI to run our fund of fund operation. We have committed 250 crore. And the entire funding that will get into our ecosystem in another 5 years will grow to 1,000 crore. We have created a program to sensitize the high net worth individual in our state. We are trying to network them so that we are able to meet the angel investing requirement in the state. Our policy is very progressive. We are a granting organization. We are granting to the startup in terms of monthly allowance grant. We are also granting them about 15 lakhs rupees for their product development and market access. We have the provision of grant that is called need-based assistance without any limit in case any startup has a kind of product which is very innovative, which requires longer time research and development. And therefore, we are also working at this moment to launch our own venture capital fund. We are taking a number of initiatives so that the startup Odisha and the state of Odisha becomes a very conducive and very progressive state which meets all the requirement of our startup ecosystem in the state. Some of you must be knowing that Odisha has of late created several silent revolutions. We have done very well in terms of bringing sports to the state of Odisha. Time and again, it has been in the news that we have supported the hockey, world hockey in our state. We have supported even football in our state. We are trying to position the state of Odisha in terms of its quality, its in terms of a program, its in terms of access to the capital, access to the market. And therefore, we are roping in with all those organizations who can help us in terms of accessing the market, the corporate innovation. And I'm very glad to be here to witness this very program that has been held. The people have been felicitated. I am sure that in times to come, the similar thing will happen in the state of Odisha. Just released Power 100 Women Innovation Booklet, and I have just scanned it immediately, and I found that out of 100, there are 6 startups which are coming from our state, from the state of Odisha, and I must congratulate all those startups from the state of Odisha and all others also who have found place in this top 100 Power 100 booklet and have been recognized. With these few words, I must again congratulate CII for organizing this very event and for affording opportunity to me to share some of my thoughts. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, sir, for those inspiring words. May I please request Dr. Chintan Vaishnav, Mission Director, Atal Innovation Mission, to address our August gathering.
Good afternoon, everybody. Let me start with a question. How many of you know about Startup 20? Okay, quite a few of you know about it. That's good. Well, first of all, many thanks to Chris and CII for this invitation. I am really delighted to be here because of 2 reasons. First is I think this is a very important moment for us as a nation, as under the umbrella of G20, for the first time, startups have their own engagement group called Startup 20, and I'll come to that in a moment. It's a big moment in one line, because this is by its very birth the highest policy forum for startups because it's the world's most powerful economic body, G20, that has now christened a platform like this. So that's one reason. The other reason is I think, see, at Atal Innovation Mission, we were christened, we were launched in 2016. This year we are writing a plan for the next 5 years of Atal Innovation Mission. And if one were to think about what is the central pivot, that central pivot is the following, that until now, a lot of innovation ecosystem work has focused on academia. Good, it's a good thing to do. But it's time we begin to focus on the industry. We haven't done a lot of that, right? And so I think the next, my sense is that the next 10 years of our innovation ecosystem is going to be about industry and academia, startups and industries, corporates coming together. I tend to describe this with a metaphor because I don't have the vocabulary to describe the complexity of what happens here. In that, I tend to think of this as, corporates as one glass of soda water and startups as another glass of soda water, standing side by side. In either of the soda water glasses, you can be a bubble at the bottom and go to the top. You can become a unicorn, whatever. You can have a small idea, becomes a global idea. But there's very little osmosis between these two soda water glasses, right? It's not a lava lamp, if you've seen lava lamps in the Western world, where bubbles merge and separate and change colors and become bigger and smaller and all that. That's not what happens between corporations and startups in our context at this moment, but it will have to happen not only because, and I don't take alcohol, so I have no first-hand experience of this, but I have been told that cocktails are better than individual drinks. So, but there's something very fundamental theoretically about it. I will not take you through the whole theory, but from my own scholarship, I have one thing which is clear is that if you think of it as a nation, think of it as a nation for a moment. See, what are you trying to do? You're trying to create new industries and markets on one hand, and you're trying to be competitive in existing industries and market on the other hand, right? Now, creating new industries and markets, there are at least two things that you fundamentally need. One is creativity or innovation, and other is discipline or being able to scale what works, right? This tension is there at all levels. Even in your home, there's how much discipline versus creativity. When you raise a child in a corporation, same tension, how much rules versus creativity. In an industry, same tension, how much exploration versus exploitation of what it is that you know. As a nation, same dilemma. And I think one type of entity, startups, is better at innovation just because they are unconstrained. And then as you get larger and more people expect quality and discipline from you, for corporations, scale is more easy. So we'll need both of these things. And I think creating an environment where both of these happen is a very, very important agenda for next 10 years. Now, within G20, let me end with G20. Within G20, this is an important moment because G20 is organized in three types of groups, right? There's the finance track, there's the Sherpa track, both of these are governmental groups. And there's the engagement tracks. So the engagement tracks are cross-cutting. These are the private, non-governmental groups. The oldest engagement group of G20 is B20, the Business 20, right? The newest engagement group of G20 is Startup 20. This was proposed by India and has been agreed to by other nations. So now we have a G20 architecture, which is an ambidextrous architecture, right? There's the scale and there's the innovation. So we have the capability to do that. Now, Startup 20, by the way, I should pause a bit. And I should say, first of all, congratulations to all the winners. That's what I should have said first. But I forgot about that in all the excitement. Let me come to Startup 20. So Startup 20, so far, it started in January with an inception meeting, had a meeting in Sikkim, and now has 2 meetings left. And last week, here's another question for all of you. How many of you know that Startup 20 put out the first draft of policy communique for public comments? Okay, some of you know it. Now all of you know it. Okay, last Sunday, Startup 20 put out the core recommendations that it plans to offer to the 20 world leaders out for public comments, because this document will have no meaning if it does not seek the voices of startups. Okay, if you go to startup20india2023.org, once again, startup20india2023.org, you will see the communique. It's 4-5 pages, very sparse, and you will see the feedback form. I urge you to give your feedback, to basically say, does it represent your concerns? Because that's the point, right? This document is trying to do 5 things. I'll just say very quickly. First, what we realized was that across these 20 economies, which represent 85% of the world GDP, there is really no common definition of a startup. So it's trying to offer a definitional framework. It's not trying to offer a definition, it's trying to offer a framework, because what you realize is that different countries have different definitions for startups because they need to adapt to their regulatory legacies in different ways, and we have to be respectful of those. But we have to understand what this animal is if you go from this country to that country, you know. So that's one. The second thing it's trying to do is it's trying to say how to build a global platform or network of innovation centers. This may be incubation centers. How can they come together so that startups can seamlessly transition or do business in one country, another country, and so on, right? The third thing it's trying to say is that how can startups become a part of the global trade? The fourth thing it's trying to say is that 1 to 2% of a nation's GDP or collective GDP of G20 ought to go to startups. Very ambitious task. And the fifth thing it's trying to say is that there are several groups and several topics which need special attention. One is inclusion of women, LGBTQIA+, grassroots, tribal innovators, a variety of groups that need support. And we also need to provide specific support to sustainability and inclusion-oriented startups. So these are the types of things it's trying to say. Your comments would be much, much valued. But anyway, once again, I want to end by saying that this is therefore an enormously important moment, because come September, we are hopeful that this will be the first time the Leaders' Declaration will have a word, start up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Ms. Astha Grover, Head Startup India and Vice President in West India, to deliver her address. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, CII, Chris sir, and everyone on the dais for your wonderful thoughts. A lot has been said already about startups. It's over a decade now that I've been associated with this movement, since the time the Honorable Prime Minister had launched it back in 2016. Just to take you a journey, right? I'm not here to tell you what Startup India has done, what are the support provided by different departments, but to crystallize it very simply, if we look at a user journey, an entrepreneur today, where will the idea come to him, or when is it that it is starting to think about entrepreneurship? There is a student who tinkers in the lab through the Atal tinkering system provided in the schools, and another support system that was not available back when we graduated from school. This student takes his idea and moves on to seek the support from the ecosystem. There are dedicated startup schools, which are incubators, early stage startups, supporting early stage startups. Today, even corporates like you can set up these incubators through the funding support provided by the government. Now, let's say after getting into the incubator that has been established with the support of either the state or the central government, this startup now needs funding to grow in its journey. There are grants available by various government departments, the seed fund, the Nidhi Prayas, the Mighty scheme, a lot of these grant money available to him. He grows his idea using the grant money available. Now he is in this journey where, he is looking to get customers, to get validation. What is the ecosystem available to him? We have associations like CII providing mentorship support. We have the Mentor of Change under Niti. We have the Mark platform under Startup India. A lot of mentors are now giving back to the society on a pro bono basis. After getting the right mentorship support, the startup is looking to get customers. Where does he get those customers? If government is the customer, there is the government e-marketplace where the startups can easily get onboarded, getting exemption from prior experience and turnover. If corporate is the customer, we have the support through all of you looking at innovations. If international market is the customer, we are funding you to represent India at global platforms. In fact, in the next few months, we will be taking startups to Viva Tech in France, to Slush Helsinki, a lot of parts of country to get you global clients as well and showcase what Indian innovation is capable of doing. So if you look at the journey, this is the ecosystem which has been enabled by India, by the government for all of you, which did not exist decades ago. With that, I've seen this ecosystem to become the third largest today with 99,000 startups. It is also the fastest growing. We add almost 80 startups every day. The ecosystem is inclusive. If we look at the women, if you look at these startups that have at least one women director, 47% of this ecosystem is represented by them. And the ecosystem, like the Honorable Minister also mentioned, is not just limited to the metro cities of Delhi, Bangalore and the likes. Today, 47% of these startups are also coming from Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. While I've talked about the support at large, in the interest of time and in the interest of topic, the three things I wanted to leave for the topic, right? We are bridging the gap with the corporate ecosystem today. And I have one message for all these players. One, for the corporates, it is my urge to look at all the startups in a holistic way, right? The pool today is vast. We have 99,000 startups, 85% are coming from at least 670 districts. There is not a single state or union territory which does not have a startup. So I would say open up the opportunities to India at large and look at the ideas coming from smaller cities and towns as well. To the startups, I would say use this opportunity with the corporate to build on corporate governance from the start. The founders are always busy hustling. Busy getting the clients, busy raising their next round of funds and things like that. But if we don't have the right corporate governance from the start, it will be, it will be very difficult for you to clean your cap tables later or to, sort of get any sort of customer validation. So use the experience of corporates in starting right from the start. And to CII to sort of train the mentors. We do have a lot of mentors coming forward today. We do have the industry participating. If I look at just the numbers, right, 9,000 corporate members with CII, 99,000 startups, which mean at least one corporate is available to support 11 startups. On an average, a startup will have about 10 to 11 direct employees. It is not a huge number to achieve if you are looking at scale. But to do it at scale, we need to really train the trainers to be able to provide the right sort of mentorship and guidance. So with that, I think the ecosystem is working in a holy trinity right now. And I'm sure with the support of everyone involved, we're looking at a more agile ecosystem. We are looking at faster product delivery, and we are looking at much lower cost delivery when it comes to the R&D. With that, congratulations once again to all the winners, to CII for beautifully putting up this compendium. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. May I take this opportunity to invite Ms. Manisha Verma, IAS, Principal Secretary, Department of Skills, Employment, Entrepreneurship and Innovation, Government of Maharashtra. Thank you, ma'am.
A very warm good afternoon to all of you. Mr. Chris Gopal Krishnan, CII Chairman, Mr. Ranganathan, Dr. Rai, Dr. Chintan, Astha, all the other dignitaries present here, winners of today's program, business leaders, representatives from media, ladies and gentlemen. It is really my proud privilege to be part of this summit. Although when you are part of the resource persons or speakers, you can get away talking about anything beyond the theme also, but the theme today is unlocking through corporate startup engagement. I'll reserve my observations very briefly on this topic. And then, of course, it is my business as Principal Secretary of Government of Maharashtra to sell Maharashtra and the startup ecosystem. So I'll tell you a little bit about the small efforts that we are doing to attract you and to create a vibrant ecosystem. As you all know that today we are witnessing a very remarkable surge in the startup ecosystem due to greater, of course, policy frameworks, greater corporate management, and very supportive regulatory environment and work like what Invest India and others are doing. And I do feel that government is also an important player besides the corporates in this entire ecosystem. I do feel that the corporate and the startup engagement could happen and is happening in several ways. One is, of course, we all know that it is through the investment route that it happens. Corporates can establish corporate venture capital. Many of them, like Tata Group, has already set up a capital innovation fund which kind of supports agri-tech, ed-tech, and many other fields. And many of the companies like Lenskart, CureFit, Ola Electric, and others have immensely benefited and scaled because of this. The second route I feel, which is very clear, is the mergers and acquisition. You may have different opinions about it, but the Walmart's acquisition of Flipkart is an important example of how corporates and startups come together, and it's a good example of seeing this kind of strategy. The third is, of course, the strategic partnerships. The corporates can provide startups with access to resources, market insights, distribution channels. We are seeing an example of this in Reliance Industries' collaboration with Geo Platforms and working with several such digital startups like NetMeds and all, and giving them, which is expanding their digital offering. An important instrument of this engagement could also be starting up of accelerator programs and incubators. And corporates could create such incubators, providing workspace, mentorship, other facilities, and networking opportunities to startups. Maruti Suzuki has been doing this with GHV Accelerator. We also know a good work happening through Marico Innovation Foundation, which gives its business challenges to the startups and then unlocks market opportunities for them. Corporates can also organize hackathons and challenges, and Samsung, Solve for Tomorrow, many UN agencies, even state governments have started engaging them. Another could be mentoring and mentoring training networks. We do have example of Infosys, which is doing such mentoring through Innovate in India and others. And Google, we do know the example of the Sandbox initiative that Google has been doing for mentoring and training and technical support to startup. Now, besides this corporate and startup engagement, I do feel that government is a very important enabler and player. And where government role comes in is actually creating a very stable policy environment, giving early stage funding and risk hedging, and opening new sectors, and opening government itself as a market for startup products and innovative products and services, because government itself could be a huge buyer and to begin with. We do have examples of investment by Startup India Seed Fund. Asta has already talked about it, of 945 crores. Another initiative of Fund of Funds now, the Government of India has announced nearly 10,000 crores. In Maharashtra now, I come to our state that we also have created Maharashtra State Innovation Society. We have a very futuristic, progressive policy of promoting startups. And we do have in Maharashtra from Industries Department, Social Justice Department, nearly 1,000 crores of different kind of seed funds which are today available to the incubator, to the startups. One is Maharashtra Defense and Aerospace Fund, one is Social Venture Fund, one is Ambedkar Fund for SC and ST entrepreneurs. And my department itself has now created Maharashtra Innovation and Technological Development Fund of 200 crores, and we are inviting applications. So interested startups here could please apply going on our website. And this is basically for startups in deep tech space, women-led enterprises and enterprises with high social impact. The other thing that we have been trying to promote is incubators, a network of incubators in the state. We already have 60, but from our State Innovation Society, we have targeted reputed academic institutions, MSME professional bodies, and basically state universities. We give a grant of 5 crores for setting up incubators. And I'm happy to share that because of this, we have been able to penetrate tier 2 cities also in the state. And now today we have good incubator support, supporting startups even in rural areas like Nanded, Gadchiroli. And it has given Amravati and other regions besides Bangalore, Nagpur and Pune that you all know about. And it has given kind of geographical penetration as well as emergence of local innovation hubs. Another very good initiative, I would say, and a unique offering that we are now giving to startups is we have recently launched Maharashtra Virtual Incubation Center. So it is one-stop solution for online, umbrella of services that we are offering for in terms of legal assistance, financial assistance, mentoring, product prototyping, and other support systems. We are also, another important area that I feel that government becomes an important support to the startups is opening up new sectors. We all know examples of defense and aerospace that has been created by Government of India by creating in space where we see, and with a good space policy now, we see a lot of startups have entered into the space sector. We know examples of Agnikul, Skyroot, Dhruv, and others who have come in even, very niche areas like manufacturing of satellites and satellite launch solutions. And in defense, you have now the IDEX fund. And I'm happy to share that even startups from Maharashtra, Startup Week winners at the state level, Sagar Defense, Dimension XG and all now have grown big, and they have become suppliers to our defense agencies, and even other foreign governments are in touch with them for supplying their products. Opening up of government as a market itself, I think it is also a very important step that the government has been taken. E-commerce platforms like GEM for government procurement that has now began to, enroll a lot of startups. But I do feel, I also discussed when Honorable Minister was here, that probably there is a case for a policy dialogue with the corporates and startups and thinkers on a better procurement policy where we could have identified innovative solutions across the country and promote them in government through a preferential procurement policy. In Maharashtra, we do have some kind of concrete procurement preference wherein we organize a Maharashtra Startup Week in which we organize, we invite startups with their matured products from across the country. We have nearly 26 to 28 states participating every year. This year we had the 5th edition of it, and we have it in agriculture, financial inclusion, health, clean energy, infrastructure. We have 8 such segments, and we select the best startups through after a pitching session through an independent jury. And the winners are then given work orders of 15 lakhs each. And today I'm happy to share that we are actually executing nearly 20 crores of such work orders across 100 startup winners of our previous editions. So these are some of the observations that I have. I do feel that it is very important for our country if we have to be the Vishwaguru, whether as a knowledge economy, or if we have to get $37 trillion economy or vision for 2047, where we are all looking at India to become a global economic and knowledge powerhouse. I do feel the startups have a major role to play. I think the government as a stakeholder and the corporates both stand to benefit by creating an ecosystem together for a very, very vibrant growth of startups. I thank you for your patient hearing, though I was the last speaker, but I'm glad that you heard me with a lot of attention, and I congratulate all the winners, and I solicit all the startups and business leaders to engage more closely with Maharashtra. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, ma'am. I'm very sure many of the startups here today would want to apply for the schemes that you have shared with us. Thank you. Moving forward, may I please request Mr. Chris Gopalakrishnan to sum up the session and deliver the vote of thanks.
I just want to conclude by saying thank you to all the speakers. More importantly, I also want to thank all the sponsors. I forgot to mention all the sponsors who are supporting this, but we move on to the next session, which is delayed a little bit, so we move on. So thank you all for patience. Continue to be here and participate in the rest of the evening. Thank you.
While we are having a group photograph of the speakers, may I request we move on with the next plenary session for the day, which is the corporate panel, Emerging Trends in Corporate Startup Collaboration for Unlocking Innovations. May I request the eminent panelist to join us on stage for plenary session 1. Mr. Ashank Desai, Founder and Chairman, Mistec Limited. Mr. C.K. Ranganathan, Chairman and Managing Director, Kevin Care Private Limited. Professor Rishikesha Krishnan, Director, IIM Bangalore. Mr. Amitesh Sinha, Head Corporate Venture Capital and Vedanta Spark Initiatives, Vedanta Limited. Mr. Rafiq Somani, Area Vice President, India and South Asia Pacific. Ms. Padmaja Dasari, CIO, Nextdoor Inc., Silicon Valley. May I please request our eminent speakers to join us on stage, please. May I please request our delegates to please keep seated as we are starting the next session. It is a very important session for the day where we are talking, it is a corporate panel where we are talking about the emerging trends in corporate startup collaboration for unlocking innovations. We have Mr. Ashnak Desai, Mr. C.K. Ranganathan, Professor Rishikesh Krishnan, Mr. Amitesh Sinha, Mr. Rafiq Somani, Ms. Padmaja Dasari with us. May I please request all the delegates to be seated as we continue with the next session of the day? May I please request our eminent gathering, the delegates, to please be seated as so that we can start the next session for the day. May I please request our delegates to please keep seated so that we can proceed further. I'm sure we all are going to benefit from this very important session for the day, which is the corporate panel. To proceed further with today's session, may I take this opportunity to request Mr. Ashnak Desai, founder and chairman, Mystic Limited, to deliver the opening remarks and moderate the session. Sir.
Good afternoon. I think many of you seem to have taking a little bit of break, but we'll start because time is an issue, I am told. We are already late in the first session. So this session is actually about the theme of this whole event in that sense. This is about corporate connect and how to make that happen, or what are the issues that we are facing, etc. So we have very distinguished panelists. I'll introduce them, or you would introduce them, I suppose, as and when they come, right? Or how are we going to do it? Okay, all right. So the format is as follows. We have around 45 minutes, I'm told. So what we will basically do is we'll have a 4 or 5 minutes kind of time for each of the panelists that we have, and then I will have some questions, and if time permits, we'll have a question from all of you. So I believe in the audience today we have entrepreneurs, of course, many of them have got awards, but a lot of corporates too. So what we are going to do here as a summary, if I may add, is what it means to have a corporate connect with entrepreneurs. By that what I mean really is, I think we all heard about benefits of corporate connects. I don't want to repeat it. I was thinking about talking about it, but I think there is enough discussion here which talked about corporate connect is beneficial to corporates on one side and to entrepreneurs on the other sides. Personally, I had run this program for CII in Western region for 5 years. So there are some certain learning lessons that I have. We connected 200 entrepreneurs with around 200 corporates over few years. And I have seen the benefits of some of that, as well as some of the challenges that we face when making that happen. So we will not spend time on saying how corporate connect is important. I have requested panelists to more focus on making it happen, or how do we ensure that corporates are geared to support entrepreneurs, and how entrepreneurs can get best out of corporates. Because that's where the real rubber hits the road, as they say. Benefits all of us know to repeat. It is about getting product ideas, it is getting about mentoring, it is getting about market, which is very, very important to my mind if you are a B2B entrepreneur. It is about funding. It is also about ultimately seeing that you can have a joint venture and acquisitions. Speaking as an IT services company, for example, as we speak, we have invested in one startup in US, which is in the high technology area, and we want to benefit from that association. That's the end state in a way, or maybe acquisition is the end state. So there is the whole spectrum of activities that corporates can do. From our side, from entrepreneur side, of course, there are a lot of things that needs to be done by entrepreneur to make corporate connect happen, which is about pitching, of course, about themselves, but more importantly, understanding the problems that we have as corporates. So it is not one-way street, it is a two-way street of corporate connect with entrepreneurs. So what I plan to do is, I will now invite each one of them to talk about their experiences of corporate connect, either as an entrepreneur or as a corporate, and then we will move on. So let's start.
Before we start, sir, can I request all the panelists to stand for, a group photograph? Sorry for this break in between, but yeah. Ma'am, please come. Yeah. Thank you so very much.
So we have 5 distinguished panelists here with me, and I think with your permission, let's start with you. You are number 1 there on that side, I say, if you are okay. Yeah. So Padmaja Dasari, she has come, as CK said, all the way to US, and that too not East Coast, West Coast. So it is that much far. She is CIO of a Nextdoor Inc. And has worked with entrepreneurs right in the Silicon Valley. I did hear you in morning session at CII main event. So I'll request her to tell us experiences that you have of working with entrepreneurs and how to make that interaction successful. So you may have messages to entrepreneurs as well as corporates here. But please restrict for 3-4 minutes. Otherwise, allow me to give you a shout to stop.
There is a pressure actually, 3 to 4 minutes. Thank you.
Let's start and then we'll have a Q&A, as I said.
Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity. First of all, good afternoon, everybody. So I think what I want to say is, in my role as a CIO or head of IT in the past companies, the way we have approached this enabling startups is basically identifying whether it's for a growth, whether we are looking for a growth opportunities, or we are looking for improving the bottom line, which is the efficiencies or anything. So we're looking for those kind of solutions. We always look for the big companies, like the SaaS companies may not work in some of the niche areas that we are looking for. And there's always, the engineering talent is very restricted to build in-house. So it's always the build versus buy decisions. So we look for the companies that provide the solutions and always encourage them and give them milestones. Like when we onboard the startups, when we say whether it's an early stage startup or somewhere in between, we always give them milestones to say, okay, we're going to onboard you, but we need you to provide us constantly provide the roadmap, work with us. So that way, I think both of us will get benefited. But then also there's some challenges with it, right? Especially when we onboard these startups, there's a compliance, there's security. The CSO is going to come and say they don't have SOC 1 certification. They are not signing a DPA. So those are kind of things, especially in the West, we have a lot of these GDPR, CCPA, those compliances. So those needs to be addressed, and sometimes we went above and beyond and say, okay, we're going to address this. They're going to work on it in next 6 months. And let's address this right now as a prototype. And then we give them that in 6 months, if you don't sign this, we're going to move forward with the next step. So that's how we engage. And then also there's this other dimension of integrating these startups into corporates is in the growth areas, especially where there's a joint venture opportunities, which is you have a product, but then there's somebody else already developed which will help collaborate. That's the joint venture. So that's also another opportunities that we always look. So that's from the insider, from a corporate perspective. And then I also feel that the companies also should open up for these ideas, the corporates, especially changing that barriers of we cannot work, this is too early startup, there's only 10% company or something like that. So that's the education, and also the provide opportunities within the, there's a function or something, a corp dev should encourage these kind of activities, or somebody like my role should encourage these kind of discussions. And on the startup side, I feel that, I think Rajiv ji or somebody was saying earlier that startups are always, fast track, fast forward, but then also they should look for a scalabilities from the beginning. I think, how do we scale this? How do we enter into the big corporates, not just the small corporates? What are the things that are needed? I'll keep emphasizing the same thing, the security compliance from the beginning as a startup, as how corporates will do. I know that's harder to say. How do we fast track while we try to put all these restrictions? But then, this morning I was trying to explain that, even though you're a startup, you can still achieve those things. There's so many tools and technologies these days to fast track some of these, security and compliances. So that will help startups to be ready to work with corporates. I think that's my perspective. If you have any other questions.
Yeah, we'll do it once we finish with all of you.
Yeah.
So thanks for sticking to your time. So yeah, compliances and IP and all these issues really, entrepreneurs probably take for granted when they start, and some of these difficulties, some of you entrepreneurs should know, but we'll discuss it further
Yeah,
would
I'm
be
only speaking from my experience in the technology perspective. I'm sure there is other industries.
Yeah,
that-
sure.
Yeah.
We have I'm going in the same direction. So we have Amitesh Sinha, who would bring a finance aspect of it. He's head of corporate venture capital and of Vedanta Spark Initiatives of Vedanta, which is a large conglomerate in metals. So Amitesh, maybe you'd like to share your, what should I say, experience again of a corporate helping. If it is only for finance or it could be beyond finance, you could explain, and what is your learning
Sure.
experience from there?
I think this is beyond finance because I take care of everything at Vedanta in terms of the metal mining and downstream process. So, just to add one thing, when Sir was talking about it's not how it's done, but how do you actually implement it on ground. So I want to share some of the thoughts of what we have implemented through the Vedanta Spark program at Vedanta. Is one of the things which we realize, unless you create a culture of innovation and bring that startup mindset within your business units, it becomes very difficult to have any startup deployed and work with these operations, the process owners. So the first step which we took was to ensure that we are having hackathons, we are inviting more and more startups to come and talk and meet with the business units, the process owners, the operations guys, so that they learn as to how the startups operate. So that was the first step. Now the second step, bringing it even further, is we encourage our employees with the cultural transformation that they start thinking like a startup. Now, the third step was when we are through our Vedanta Spark program, which I'll talk in a minute as to how we are sourcing and working with the startups. Through the Vedanta Spark program, when we were onboarding startups, when we started this, it went through the regular procurement program. Now, you can all understand a $30 billion company's procurement policy would look like. It's very robust, it's not made for startups per se. So the first step was to change that procurement policy, make it more startup conducive so that we can bring that agility and that speed which the startup needs. So these were some of the small changes, right from the culture, right from the mindset we have to change within the organization was the first step we realized was very important for us to even be ready to start working with the startups. Now then comes, what kind of startups do we want to bring to our platform so that we not only maximize and synergize with them, but we actually grow with them and we let them grow with what they can get out of our POCs or our pilots or projects they do. So we decided that we'll pick up the use cases which each of the business units, which can be directly tied up with their KPIs, which can be directly tied up with they operate. So instead of pushing the startups on them, we thought that we should have some sort of a pull method where we tell them, okay, you told me you want to have this solution and we bring a startup to you, which actually, will bring the mindset to the process owner who is actually going to work with the startup is, okay, somebody's there to help me with the new technology. Now that actually really helped, and that's how we built this over a period of 18 months. We are working with 80 plus startups. We have done more than 124 projects. Now, the way we work with the startups is first, let them understand what we do, let them come with their products, and we do the POC, we do the pilots and projects and see how their product works. Now, if they are successful, they have a potential to grow within our organization itself because we have 7 different business units, right from aluminum, zinc, copper, iron, energy, etc. So it can be tried and tested in very different geographies and very different environments. So that's how we filtered them. And out of the 80 startups, something around 8 to 10 were potentially where we can invest. So that's our strategy has been, and this is what my advice would be, the corporates would be to first try and test, give them the platform, but to give them the platform, should be very seamless. We have seen startups struggling and knocking at the doors of the large corporates just to get one purchase order out. But I think that first, as we have read in that book, the 0 to 1 is the most difficult journey. I think that's the journey we had to make easy for the startups, where they come in and work with us, and then we move forward in nurturing, growing, providing the leadership and mentorship to them, and potentially investing in them. And just one last advice to the startups, or rather a guidance, where I've seen many startups struggling with that. Don't lose your hope, have that grit, because every large corporate had its own policies and it won't change overnight. You have to keep pushing, and someday that door will open, for sure.
Thanks, Amitesh. I think you are doing some interesting stuff in the sense that you are not only just kind of financing it, which many are doing, but it's whole integrated thing, financing to advising and so on. So we have heard corporates. Now let's hear an entrepreneur side of the story. Actually, I thought I will tell it, but as Minister also said, I will not tell when I started Mastech, because that would tell my age. So, but on serious side, can I request CK? He is well known. He was there in Chairman and Managing Director of Kevin Care, a very successful company, and I requested him, and he has also agreed that he will talk entrepreneur side of this corporate connect. So, carry on, CK.
Thank you, Ashok. Good evening, all. My father started the sachet revolution. The first sachet shampoos to be launched is my father's. It was a struggle. He was originally, before that he was just packing, repacking pharmaceutical items. So his distribution was typically restricted to one district, medical stores. That's how it was started. So he created shampoo, hair oil, honey in sachets. That was the first thing. After some struggle, initially the kind of machines were not there. He has to make his own machines to do that. That struggle was about 5-6 years, I would say, to perfect a machine. But by the time he launched, it was made available to medical stores. He believed that if the product is good, it doesn't need to be advertised. But somehow it was not popular enough. People was not aware whether such kind of product exists. Therefore, it was struggling for some time. And suddenly my father died of heart attack. My brothers jumped into. And their belief was completely different. It is not sufficient to be good. You need to also make people know that you are good. So they took the route of advertisement. And they also went beyond medical stores, no looking back. So the struggle, what I witnessed, I also started, the distribution was a big struggle. The technology was there. Marketing was a big struggle. Money was a big struggle. These are all the kind of this thing we faced time and again. And you know that the sachet was the first one. My father never knew it can be patented. So had he patented that, it would have given at least a 20 years run for the kind of this thing to make it. But nevertheless, I think I'm happy that many industries have copied the kind of concept and made it. In the next 20 years, I think it created more, I think close to about 20-30 crores of jobs, direct and indirect put together. So that I think is a very heartening thing. What we face typically is the kind of this thing, emerging from this thing, startups, it was a struggle on finance, struggle for kind of this thing in terms of distribution and marketing. When I started my own, I went to Tomco and asked them whether you can distribute my products. They were not keen. So then I said, okay, no problem, I will build my own. It's in a slow pace. And that's what has happened. Slowly I built it. My brother, on the contrary, I broke away from the family business after some time, and I think I started my own. My brother, who continued my father's business, he went to Godrej. Godrej accepted to distribute them. Quickly it became a national brand. And that's the kind of this thing. So a startup, some corporate coming forward, helping them in distribution, given a huge facelift. And I would say for me, it took almost a decade later to get some kind of a facelift to kind of thing go on. But once we got the break, kind of thing in terms of recognition, but I can tell you one thing, we got the kind of break when we innovated, when we differentiated in the product, very strong differentiation in terms of fragrance, delivery, and so on. So that gave us a kind of this thing, new innovations we did. Our competition, including my brother's company, couldn't cope with the kind of series of innovations we could able to put up in the market. Within about 3 to 4 years' time, we became market leader, despite a very strong distribution. So what is my learning in that process is a strong innovation by corporate, the startups, can even fulfill the lack of distribution, and even it muscles through the marketing kind of this thing of big companies. And we could emerge as the largest in the South very quickly. So that's what I can say. So coming back, as we started growing, so from a startup to now slowly becoming a corporate, the biggest hurdle that we faced is processes and systems. A lot of wastages, didn't know how to kind of this thing, the scale up difficulties and so on. But somehow I think we managed kind of this thing, we did our own errors, but I think finally we have grown kind of this thing. Thanks, sir.
Thanks. So this is a story of entrepreneur becoming corporate. So I hope you will help more entrepreneurs having known your struggle.
No, we are now doing every year for the last 9 years. We are partnering with the Madras Management Association, awarding startups, bright ideas, and mentoring them also. So every year that we mentor ourselves these startups, kind of this thing.
Great story of experience as an entrepreneur and what it means to get a support from corporates. Now I have a multinational company, which is ANSYS, which you know is a simulation structural design and many other things. They are a 50-year-old company. In fact, I knew about them even when I was at IIT. So they are well known. But I didn't know about them that they are supporting entrepreneurs. So they are a very interesting story. Particularly, I heard about Sign, where I am involved, IIT Bombay venture, where one of our entrepreneurs from IIT Bombay, they have helped, and it's a success story actually. So, yeah, Rafiq.
Yeah, so good afternoon everybody. So actually, when we talk of startup, I want to put something in context, and we are all talking since morning, India is the third largest, will be or is ecosystem in the world. But all the startup which we are talking or heard about mostly are fintech or IT or technology, and for many decades, thanks to veterans like Shashank, Mastek, and many other companies, Infosys, we have Gopal sir. We have become a services kind of a back-end house for the world. Why can't India now, with all the top international companies like Intel, Samsung, GE, or you name it, BMW, have their design centers in India, but we are not a product company, So why India cannot make a Tesla or SpaceX? And that is where ANSYS is focusing. And now I think the ecosystem and the environment is right in India. And being a simulation leader, we are helping many engineering product companies in India, be it in the startup space of aerospace and defense, consumer, or electric vehicle or ADAS. We are helping them a lot, like Ather, Ola can be a good example. Sir talked about Atom-Bug fan. When Atom-Bug wanted to start, they wanted to disrupt the fan market, which is like traditional, very traditional. And everybody says, no, our fan is, saves electricity, where if a fan takes 80 watts, they wanted to come out with a fan which takes 22 watts. But to kind of create a product like that, they needed technology like ANSYS, and then you can't make multiple prototypes as a startup because you don't want to burn cash. So if you want to innovate, and if you want to avoid prototype and be first time right, that is where we are helping many startups, and it's just not kind of selling our technology at a commercial price, but at a very, we have a startup bundle which is almost negligible cost for, and they get all the licenses. We also give them world-class support to come out with their great products. So I would like to say that the time and the ecosystem and infrastructure now is the right for us to become engineering product startups also, not just fintech and IT only. And I can talk about a lot of success stories later if we get chance.
Thanks. I think this is another model for corporate connect, in the sense what they are really doing is their products, if I may use the word, are given to the entrepreneurs so that at a minimum price or consulting along with that product so that they succeed. So this is not just about helping them sell their product or guidance as much as a kind of,
Yeah, so in COVID times, ventilators was big shortage. So we tied up with IIT Kanpur, and through CSR, IIT Kanpur created the best ventilator in India. So, that's a great example, another example.
So corporates need not only think about advice or JV, but whether their product can help is itself is a good service to entrepreneurial. That's the message I would say. The last, of course, we have heard corporates, we have heard entrepreneurs. I think we now need to have a different viewpoint, and that's where my friend Professor Rushikesh Krishnan comes. He's a director of IIM Bangalore, and IIM Bangalore has done a lot of work in that area. So I'll request him to talk about that.
Thank you, Ashank. Good evening. So I'm going to speak about two things very briefly. The first point I'd like to make is there's a lot of academic research which has looked at what does it take to make corporates and startups partner effectively. So I'll just share 2 or 3 key points from that. And the second point I want to make is about how academic institutions can play a role in helping these startup corporate connect. So let me just start with the corporate one first. I think one of the most important things for corporates, which research suggests, is that the corporate needs to have a clear objective of why it is trying to collaborate with startups. Sometimes it appears it's the trendy thing to do. It's very, if you don't do it, maybe you're not cool and so on. Those are not usually good reasons. So I think you should be clear about why you're trying to collaborate with startups. One company which I found which had very clear objective on this was Cisco. So as you know, Cisco runs a Launchpad program in India. And when I asked them, they said they have 3 very clear objectives. They said the first one is they want to be able to track emerging technologies which may be relevant to them. The second is they want to associate with technologies or products that might be complementary to what they make, so that if they want to create a solution, for example, for a smart city, they can have the complementary products available. And the third thing they said is we have a large sales engine globally, and sometimes we have some gaps in that sales engine. So if somebody has a product which can fill in that gap, we are interested. So when you start like that with a very clear objective of why you're collaborating with startups, it makes your choice much easier. It also makes it much easier for the startups to collaborate with you effectively. The second point I want to make based on the research is I would like to recommend a book. It's called Gorillas Can Dance. It's written by a good friend of mine, Shamin Prashantam. He's a professor at China Europe International Business School in Shanghai. He's also been a visiting professor at IIM Bangalore in the past. And in this book, he has very nicely summarized what does it take for large corporates to work effectively with startups. I just mention a couple of points which I found extremely important. The first thing which he really focuses on is that there are some asymmetries between large corporates and startups. I think Amitesh already focused on a few of those asymmetries. One of them is sometimes there's a whole difference in the way both of them are plan and organize work. Second one is that there's a difference in the way they just look at their goals, particularly the collaboration goals. And there's a whole difference in the kind of attention you see. I mean, for example, startups need much more attention if they want to succeed in collaborating with a company. But as I think Amitesh nicely summarized, companies have so many things to do, it's very difficult for them to give the attention that startups require. So if you really want to address these three problems, what Shameen argues is you need to do three things. You need to clarify what are the synergies between the corporate and the startup, which I just mentioned. You need to create good structural interfaces so that there's a smoother interaction between the company and the startup. I think, again, Amitesh did point to some of the interfaces that Vedanta has created. And finally, you also want to be able to have some good case studies or examples which you can quote within the company to show that, this actually works, so that people feel motivated and you can overcome that attention asymmetry which otherwise plagues the collaboration. Let me now shift to the second thing I wanted to talk about, which is how companies and startups can collaborate with some little bit of help from academic institutions, particularly incubators. At NSRCL at IIM Bangalore, which has been in existence now for close to 20 years, we have several programs which are sponsored by corporates but are largely run by NSRCL. For example, we have a mobility program which is sponsored by Maruti Suzuki. We have a sustainability program which is sponsored by Capgemini. And we have a fintech program which is sponsored by ICICI Securities. So these three companies have a very strong interest in these programs. But because our incubator is the kind of intermediary, it sort of manages or helps you manage the relationship. And it also addresses some of these problems that I just outlined. Finally, I just have one caution for startups. I think many of you know this. While a lot of the interaction with corporates looks very rosy, I think you should also be careful. Corporates often have their own agenda. You might find your startup agenda being hijacked by the corporate, which may or may not be in your best interest in the long run. So by all means, do collaborate with large corporates, but also be clear about what your objective is.
Some of them are clapping. I think they have some experience, looks like. So, but thanks for your perspective from, different side, neither entrepreneur nor corporate. So we have some time for at least one or two questions. No, hold on. Let me. Okay, now that you have raised, yeah. What is your question?
Ms. Chawla.
Be brief.
I gave India's first amusement park, Apugar. This is the highest visited place in India. I have developed mass transit system for vehicles. This is going to be the biggest project.
Yeah, please ask question. Let's.
My question is how to market my new technology of mass transit system, which is going to be worth 50 trillion, not 1, 2 trillion, 50 trillion, because 4 lakh kilometers is the highway. Now, nobody will drive the cars. You will have come on flat wagons.
Sure. Got your question. I think we are discussing here a different subject.
This is the subject.
I suggest all of them should be available at the end. You could talk to any one of them. Okay. So my question, Padmaja, to you is, you talked about all these issues of IP and etc., etc.
Yeah.
So how do you solve it internally? In the sense, are you doing some processes, systems, training to make that happen, so that some of these issues which can become a challenge get solved faster? Do you do anything internally to see that the speed of interaction or speed of connection is better, effective? That was my question. Is there anything that you are doing? Because you highlighted the issues that you have while working.
So I think the reason I was highlighting that was a lot of times it's a barrier for startups to enter into corporates, because corporates always especially with all the compliance laws and I'm talking about, so that's a barrier. So that's why, we have to go above and beyond to say that, okay, we're going to allow this startup because this is going to enable us. And we're happy to take this risk for a certain period of time, because the risk is low maybe initially, and while startups get that compliance certified and whatever is requirements is done, we allow that risk for a shorter period to move forward the engagement, is what I was saying.
Okay, thanks. Amitesh, you have helped many entrepreneurs, as you said. What is your advice to entrepreneurs sitting on this side to make this whole thing successful? I'm sure you had experience which were not successful, probably. Association, some of them have been greatly successful. What is that entrepreneurs were doing to make that success, not from your side, but from their side, because that can be a good advice.
Sure. I'll just continue where Professor Rishikesh left by cautioning the startups. So I think I will just add, it's very important for the startups to understand that what value add they are going to give it back to the corporates. Because if you are able to align with the corporate's vision or the whole objective of them collaborating with the startups, they will be able to do a lot more better job than if they are just trying to push something which they have built and they think they have been successful with XYZ company and they can be successful with ABC. No, that's generally doesn't work, especially in the manufacturing and the mining industry where we operate. We have seen internally with all our 7 business units where they have been successful with 1 or 2 units. It's not necessary they are successful with others because they have to adapt. And that's my advice to the startups. You have to adapt. You have to not only adapt the way you work, but you have to, if you have to do some customization on your products, be ready to do that if you want to penetrate with these corporates.
Okay. CK, you see, the challenge entrepreneur has is, okay, this is all fine to have corporate connect, etc., etc. How does he or she move ahead? What do you want them to do? Because corporate is some 10,000 companies of CII, for example. I'm an entrepreneur. What do you want me to do? To get, start this whole corporate, that's the problem I have faced. Because when I tell them, at IIT Bombay, as I said, I worked with some 400-500 entrepreneurs. They say, all this is fine. We don't know how to make it happen. So do you have some tips to advise that would help?
Yeah, majority of the entrepreneurs, when they start the startups, they have some great ideas. I think that's not a problem at all. But only thing is that making the idea to come to reality and sell it to the appropriate customers or giving the service to them is a problem. So that I think is they require invariably most of them, or because funds is not an issue. Great ideas, if there is a great idea, funds chase. But what is required is a kind of this thing, the scaling up, the either a distribution, marketing, making that available, making it known to the customers that I am a kind of this thing is very, very important. I think if that is done, it'll have a thing. Having said that, Ashank, my experience is if the product has a significant cutting edge, not slightly better, it is easy to scale up. We have seen such kind of things. So we call it a 2-point beater on a 10 scale. There is one concept called simplicity gets results. So if I am to, for example, Maruti and Ambassador car, when Ambassador was ruling the roast in the 80s kind of this thing, Maruti came with a kind of this thing of a car. What did the customer, Indian customer, then and now also look at? What's my mileage? What's my price? And will it be too costly to maintain? These are the concerns. If you take top 2 is, what is the price? What's the mileage? These is the 2. Maruti came, when Ambassador said 8 kilometers, 9 kilometers, they offered 28 kilometers per liter. So huge kind of this thing. It's not beating by some miles, significant miles. The second one is Ambassador around 4.5 lakhs. This was introduced at 1.5 lakhs kind of a thing. So huge difference on price, much bigger win-win. Within the next 1 decade, Ambassador became bankrupt and out of the market. They became the market leader. I only feel that entrepreneurs must keep one thing very clearly in the mind. It is not just some improvement over competition, significantly winning on critical point on which customer will make a decision to buy or not. I think that's a very, very important point. If you understand that, it is easy to win is my point. Funds will chase, distribution also will be easy.
What you are saying is, what is the product that makes a difference? Thanks. You have any advice? See, my point is NCS has been doing this for some time, I suppose. From where does this desire come to help, if I may ask? That means it can be a motivation to corporates around here to think through. What is that made you support entrepreneurs, and where is this? Is it driven from top, or is it at the in India level, or whatever?
Yeah. So yeah, we have strategy at both corporate level and India level also. But again, ANSYS is a 50-year-old company, and if you look at all the top companies globally, they were all startup at once upon a time. ANSYS itself started from a garage. So we started as a garage company. Our first code was developed in a garage, and we have scaled it like that, and our customers have scaled it that way. So every customer, big customer of ours, he was once upon a time a startup. Like I gave an example of Tesla or SpaceX or any of the other companies. Yeah. So I think, and in India, it's again driven that this Make in India initiative is happening, and we all corporate like ANSYS and OEM has a responsibility to give it back, and there is something like skill development, working with academia or startup is and mentoring them is a personal kind of a drive for me and my passion. So that is also helping us. Yeah. Coming back to like I'm just switching track. Is it okay? CK gave a very good example of Ambassador and Maruti. So that is an idea or a thought, but ANSYS helps in the execution. How to do it. So going back to the Atomberg example, is Atomberg said no. I think everybody is talking about fan should dramatically disrupt the fan industry, and if the fan is taking 80 watt and 50 watts are getting wasted, if the startup Manoj from IIT Bombay in 2016, he said no, I want to come out with fan which will take only 25 watts. Now to come out with this disruptive idea like Maruti and Ambassador, there should be a tool or a technology or a partner to help you to do that. That's where we help him, and because he was a startup, we help him to design that motor fan, which could consume actually 22 watts only, versus what the other fans, 80 watts they were taking. So the iteration, the innovation, we are talking of innovation. How does innovation come? It's the iteration and iteration. Now simulation like ANSYS helps you to do all that iteration without making a physical prototype, meaning burning money in the factory. You are digitally doing that innovation. And then because you're not making prototype, it cuts the cost. So I think, I just wanted to add to the point what CK mentioned.
Okay, thanks. Any last thoughts, Rishikesh?
Yeah, I'll just build very briefly on the point I made earlier. So this is actually for the startups who are here. Just like, it doesn't make sense to go and take funding from any investor. You need to see whether the investor is going to, be able to support you in the long run. Does the investor have a good network and will you be able to connect you to that? Does the investor have a track record of supporting similar startups? I mean, there are many criteria you could ideally look for in partnering with an investor. I think you should follow the same approach when you're trying to partner with a corporate. You should really look to see what is the track record of that company. Are they really open to innovation? Are they open to ideas coming from outside the company? Or do they prefer to really work just with ideas which come from inside? I'll just give you a very quick contrast. Suppose you have company A. And these are two actual companies, but I won't name them. You have company A which says, I want 50% of my ideas to come from outside the company. I'm convinced that whatever I do, I can never have enough innovation happening within my company. Company 2 says, I have got this great funnel over the years. I put everything through that funnel and I will go through several gates before I choose anything. And, I will only then I'm going to take it forward. I have very strong brands, but I'm also very risk averse. So you just think about it. I'm sure you can answer the question. If you are a startup, you decide which one of these you want to work with. If you have a choice, of course. If you don't have a choice, that's a different thing. But at least in terms of who you pursue, I would certainly pursue the one which is more open to ideas.
Thanks. I think we have a time problem. So I don't think we'll have a time for any other questions other than saying, let me just summarize saying that thanks for giving perspective from both sides, corporates as well as entrepreneur. I would only add a couple of things from my experience saying that please make somebody accountable for having this entrepreneur connect internally, have a budget, and have a process review itself, and define well-defined objectives, as Rishikesh said. So I think there are corporates, there's a lot of work to do on top of cultural change that we need to do. We are all used to having processes and systems and not moving as fast as entrepreneurs. On entrepreneurs, I would say, come with a right problem, come with a defined problem which will help us. We are not interested just because you are coming necessarily. Some of us would be interested only if it helps us to sell our product or it helps us to improve us. So think through our problem also before you connect. On that, I think I'll stop here and thank all of our panelists individually.
A small memento, sir, for all our speakers. Thank you so very much for that engaging and interesting session. Ma'am, you can just come up. Thank you so very much. Amazing. Oh. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. We move on to the next session, which is plenary session 2. This is the investors panel, future-proofing startups, business trends and investment opportunities. May I request our eminent panelist to please join us on stage for plenary session 2. Mr. Vijay Kumar Ivaturi, co-founder and CTO, Crayon Data. Mr. Rajat Tandon, President, IVCA. Ms. Padmaja Ruparel, founder, Indian Angel Network. Mr. Ninad Kapre, partner, 100x VC. Ms. Nimisisa Ujjain, Vice President, Innovation, Hunt Circle. May I please request the panelists to join us on stage? Mr. Vijaya Kumar Ivaturi, co-founder and CTO, Crayon Data. Mr. Rajat Tandon, President, IVCA. Ms. Padmaja Ruparel, founder, Indian Angel Network. Mr. Ninad Kapre, partner, 100x VC. Ms. Nimisisa Ujjain, Vice President, Innovation, Hunt Circle. It is a privilege to have you all with us today. May I please request you to join us on stage? It's a strange coincidence today, yes. Before we start the proceedings for the day, may I request, may I request all the panelists to please rise for a group picture. Thank you. I take this opportunity to request Mr. Vijay Kumar Ivaturi, co-founder and CTO, Crayon Data, to chair the session Sir, request you to kindly deliver the opening remarks and set the context for the session, please.
Hello. Can you hear me? Okay. Okay, I guess we have half an hour to close this session, and we will try to be on time because I have a flight to catch after this. So the future-proofing of startups, as the topic said, would have meant resilience maybe just 2 years ago, if you keep the context of COVID. But I have interpreted that as growth in the current context, and what someone needs to do from an investor point of view, how they see the growth of startups and the trends which are now taking place. I looked at 3 dimensions. There are many, but I just picked 3. One is the demand side changes which are happening in the world, which impact startups. Some of them are pivots, some of them are slackening of demand. So that is one dimension, which in fact impacts the investment. The second one is on the supply side. There are changes on the talent side, like work from home, work from office, changes in, if you are an IoT, for example, component supply chains, manufacturing, a lot of things which are impacting the supply chain. So the assumptions investors make in the initial models of revenue and costs might be recast differently today. The third one is the emergence of new areas, which is typically the substitution risk, as we call, and some of them are, of course, man-made. It can be even geopolitical risks. So given these dimensions, I thought I will frame a few questions since we have only a half an hour panel. It will be a rapid fire kind of a format. We don't have the courtesy of warm-up questions and then, giving them airtime and then ask you all the controversial questions. So let me start, point-blank questions and a bit hard-hitting, I would say, to start with. Now, as a continuation of the previous panel's discussion, let me just add one comment, and then I will request a reaction from the investors here. Many entrepreneurs start companies with ideas or approaches with a bit of arrogance, actually. They actually believe that the current solutions which corporates make do not actually solve the problem. So we actually think that you don't get it, and we get it, and that's why we leave those jobs and start the companies. So we don't want to subscribe to someone's agenda. So it's an interesting argument from an investor point of view, because as an investor, it will be very comforting if you have a corporate as an investor, or a corporate backing you in terms of demand. But then if you go from an entrepreneurial side, are we trying to change their vision or pivot their vision to suit what corporate thinks? So this is a typical dilemma we often see. So when investors see the pitches from the promoters, I see a mixed reaction. Some people say it is good to see a corporate backing you as a customer, so it's good. Or if someone claims that I have a better solution than that corporate, it will be taken as arrogance, and maybe you are not really coachable and hence not investable. So that's my first controversial question. And I'll start with Ninad. What is your perspective? We'll go in the sequence here. Is corporate on the cap table or as a client table? Is it good or bad when you see from an investor perspective?
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. I wish I was on Ashank's panel. He's more gentle in his questions, but I can't help it. I didn't have a choice. So let me put it this way. Corporate on a cap table is good and bad. It's good if a corporate, the last question in the earlier panel was if corporate has a vision, open-mindedness to support the startup. But if the corporate starts with the concept saying all startup founders are arrogant, it's a wrong start. So then there's a problem. They do have confidence, and it's not arrogance most of the time, but confidence can sometimes be misunderstood for arrogance. And one more point I want to just make, and then I'll hand it over to Padmaja, who's far more coherent than I am, is that it's not about just a better product,
It's sometimes about better go-to-market, better way of delivery, subscription model, all there are various models. So it's not necessary that a founder comes only with something which is bigger and better. He can have a strategy which reaches the consumer in a faster, more efficient business practice. There are multiple ways.
Padmaya?
So thanks, IVK, and congratulations to CII for what you've put together. It was a full house. I think, IVK, the way I look at it is it's good to look for arrogance in an entrepreneur because it reflects two or three things. It reflects maverick thinking, which is what sort of breeds innovation, breeds disruption. Second, I think it also breeds something else, which is to be able to have the confidence of telling a corporate which has a solution in place to say either there's a better way of doing it or there is a gap in your product portfolio. And there is a way to do this which is better, which is a good idea to get on the table. And the third, I think, to your point, is it good to have a corporate or not? I think it's a good idea to have a corporate sort of chatting with you, working with you, opening up some of the thoughts that they've gone through. And if you can build a synergistic partnership with the corporate, I think both gain. The corporate also gains because there's disruptive thinking, that innovation that they can sort of embed in their system. And I think the wisdom and what has happened in the journey of a larger company can be embedded into the startup. And finally, I think it can be very valuable, right? Because the customer, ultimately the third-party customer can have a much better experience, much better value for money for their spend. And I think hopefully it may work in a very strategic way to say either the corporate acquires or there's some value creation in some form or format. So I honestly feel that arrogance is a good idea, and I obviously look for it because it reflects a kind of disruption. And to have a corporate sitting around you, it does help.
So my background, I come from the corporate world, in a startup, now in a startup world or investment world. So my view is that if one has to scale, right, and I drove this program which Nemo over here is sitting, which was called the NASSCOM Industry Partnership Program, which was all about getting the corporates to support the startups. Now, the reason it's important, because India, where we stand on the technology startup build, it cannot be done alone by the startup, and this has to be supported by corporates. And again, that's why at my role at the IVCA, we are looking at more and more corporate VCs to come on the bandwagon who can understand what the technology which is being built, whether it's, and as we can see, the government's initiative around manufacture in India, build in India. Some of those initiatives can be only helped if people who understand are there to help the people who build, right? And it's all about today moving forward. I mean, you had mentioned about, I would say follow where the money is coming in from, right? So I don't care whether it's a corporate guy who's going to give me the money or whether it's some other investor who puts in that money. But he should have an understanding and help me to scale this.
Thank you.
Thank you for mentioning NIPP, Rajat. I think this question, and thank you for asking this question. I think I have been part of the open innovation ecosystem from 2011 when the word was very new. I was part of one of the first teams set up by a corporate to interact with startups. I have been an entrepreneur myself, and I have worked with more than 100 large corporates to connect them with startups, help them build their startup programs, run innovation challenges. And I think corporate innovation is something that I truly believe in, that startup corporate engagement. And I think what CII is doing is great work, because that is the way both of them profit from each other, from the technology, from the scaling, from the branding that they get. And I think going forward, this will get more and more critical that large corporates do work with startups, because the rate of change of technology is so fast. If they think that with their legacy systems and their processes and bureaucracy, they will be able to do that, it is going to be very difficult. Now, coming from the investor perspective, I think when I see that a startup has worked with corporate or has something going on with a large corporate, it could be an investment, it could be a strategic partnership, that always adds to overall value, to their credentials. And when recently I was working with a health tech startup, and they had an IP with Samsung that they had co-developed, it brought a different sort of legitimacy to their claim. So I believe that it's very critical, and going forward, not just accelerator, but venture studios would also become a key part of the entire innovation roadmap that a corporate creates.
Thank you. There's actually an interesting observation made by many investors that if you have a corporate, keep them as a client, it improves your valuation. Keep them on your cap table, it will dilute your equity. A good one to look at, but you do need maybe both at some point. But let's go to the next point, which is hyper-local question. Since we are sitting in Delhi, maybe one of the few cities in India where there are 3 states which intersect when it comes to the NCR region. So the question is, if you have a startup in Noida, or you have a startup in central Delhi, and you have a startup in Gurgaon, which is actually 3 different states for all practical purposes. Now, as a region, as a local cluster, we see them as a homogeneous group, but the state policies differ. They may be aligned, but they're not exactly the same. So for those people who are based out of Delhi and invest, what are your views? I'll go with Padmaja first. You would have seen a lot.
Okay, I'm on the firing line first. So, I think, so 2 or 3 things, IVK. There are obviously central laws and state laws, right? So central laws makes life a little easier for startups. And state laws, I think, are now getting increasingly clearer. But to be honest, I think what is now getting really enabling it is the digital framework. So a lot of the regulations, lot of the rules, a lot of the approvals is now happening online. That's one part of it. But the larger part of it, which is really something that we look for in startups, and we've done a number of companies which become hyper-local, and especially where there are execution plays like food and manufacturing and all of those. I think it's very important in our diligence that we understand whether these guys know about the laws, whether the entrepreneurs are aware about it, whether they know about the challenges, whether they know what they don't know at least, that, okay, there are a whole lot of things we don't know. That is one part of the diligence. And the second part, I think, which is very important, and I'm seeing this a lot on IEN because we've invested in about 225, 30 companies. I think there is a lot of hand-holding that investors now need to do on this front with startups. So compliance, governance, ensuring that all the requisite, the regulations are met, statutory filings are done. We, in fact, at IN have this now as a system that everybody has to, all the portfolio companies have to sort of report. So I think the focus is increasing because I wouldn't be judgmental about it, but there is a increasing level of compliance and regulations that have to be complied with. But overall, if I look at it from a state to state, why only Gurgaon, Delhi, and Noida? But we've sort of invested in tier 2, tier 3 cities. 23% of our fund investment has happened there. And we are having to sort of also get acquainted with those and then ensure that our companies are adhering to that or they are alerted on what's required. So I think investors, we are not in a situation as startup investors to say, okay, we're putting in the money now, go build the business and make sure everything is done. I think there's a lot of hand-holding that needs to be done. And thirdly, I think what is very interesting, which we have been able to do, is to sort of work with the government, and I must say IVC has been a great partner to sort of lobby for enabling changes. And I think that's very important. We've not only worked with IVCA, which anyway does it for the industry, but we've gone out and worked with, for instance, with NGT to actually have a completely new policy done, which is focused on green, but is enabling market creation for startups. So, you know, regulation just from a compliance perspective, I think is not the be all and end all. There is always a leverage that if we go and work with them, and that's where quality investors are very important, you actually can create something quite large and valuable.
A slight variation of the same question. For people who live outside of Delhi or beyond Delhi, the general view of the Delhi market or the local NCR market is that if you are more on the systems and chips, you are mostly on the Noida side. If you are on the application side, you are normally on Gurgaon side. That is how it was till some time ago at least, or when I dealt with it. Do you see a thematic play for such, it's called a tri-city region, or it's the same argument if I have to take Chandigarh, Mohali and Panchkula. You can argue the same way with Bangalore and Mysore, right? You can see the difference, right? So what is, since you have been here and dealt with, is there any thematic play that you would pick if it is a startup in Gurgaon, or you will invest better if you are in Gurgaon versus Noida? Do you see this micro market differences in investments based on or enabled by the state policy or any of the regional factors?
I think that's a very deep question. Because the same thing that we talk about, like NCR region, Bangalore region, Hyderabad region, you know, there are differences. There are ways in which people look at, the talent in a particular kind of a region. And then there are environmental factors. Like when we talk about Bangalore, we know all the IT companies are there. So it is easier for you to get talent. It's easier to get, for you to get clients. So, you know, all the factors which are there. Now, in the, I think, NCR region, one of the key things is the cost of land. Gurgaon is way more expensive compared to Noida. So, and industries where you have to put, set up manufacturing, you need more land. And then it becomes easier for you to get more, or it is more cost effective for you to get land in Noida or Greater Noida than it is for you to get in Gurgaon. So I think that is one of the things that, you know, kind of industries that we see, or the kind of startups that we see in Gurgaon is different from that of Noida. We generally typically see when startups have grown a bit, when they're setting up a corporate office, they will go to Gurgaon. Why? Because then, you know, they can have a nice fancy office and they can find, you know, good societies to live in nearby. Because Noida, you know, everything is a little far away. But having said that, I think different governments, whether it is Haryana government, UP government, they are all doing their own bits. And there's a lot of exciting activities that they are planning. Haryana government is planning a Women Entrepreneur Summit on 30th of this month, and we are supporting them in that. I think Noida and Ghaziabad and all those reasons, I think UP government did a very big event recently. In fact, our group signed some MOUs with them. Overall, I think more than 50,000 crore worth of MOUs were signed, something of that effect. So I think it's all growing in different exciting ways, but yeah, there are differences based on the realities that we face in our daily life.
Okay, thank you. And now I'll go to Rajat on a global question.
Oh my God, I'm on the next
given,
one.
Yeah, so given the geopolitical things which are happening today, which seem to impact the flow of capital, especially foreign capital, or dollar-denominated capital to be precise. Are we getting impacted by this, what you call block logic? In other words, there is good capital and there is rogue capital. So it depends on where you happen to take money from, and then you get questioned, or you may not be able to raise any other fund. So this is nothing to do with the capital per se, it is the source of capital, and the block or the countries it is coming from. Do you see, as IVCA, you would have seen this, while it may be latent, but it is a problem, right? And what is your take on that?
So I think my take was a little bit covered in the newspaper this morning. It's not my article, but I think that's exactly when the number was put across, that 16% reduction in the FDI into our startups. And I'm happy they mentioned that startups and investors. Because if you saw a couple of months ago, there was a report which was launched which said about $593 billion of investments in the last 90 months have come to India. And very few people know that about 53% of that investments came in for this asset class, the VC and the PE. Right? But how are we seeing the shift? Well, just to let you know, some figures, year before last during pandemic, this was 74 billion, both VC and PE. And in that 74 billion, it was about 34 billion, which was for the VCs. We are very happy about 34 billion, but look at what the global market is. America does 300 billion. So we're still an iota of what they do. But one good change which you just saw, last year we created more unicorns than China. We did 23 unicorns, so that's a good sign. Certainly the capital right now, everybody knows, all the startups know about the winter funding, blah, blah, blah. But I'm sure the investors which you're with are absolutely telling you what to do in this particular space. Right? I mean, there is still an early stage, there is ample amount of money which still comes in. Even if India is getting 24 billion, that is literally, what, 5, 6, 7 times than what we were getting about 4 years ago. There is a growth opportunity, right? But there is a scary number as well. This year, I think it was the first quarter was 50,000 crores. In last year, in the first quarter, 50,000 crores came in. Right now, it's 1/5 of that. I see an opportunity over there. And when you said about good capital, bad capital, it's time that our Indian investors, so all this money which is coming is all global pools of capital. Our domestic investors, our LPs, our pension funds, our insurance companies are not putting in money into the startups. While the government did lay out a plan saying of 5% of your corpus, you can. And I think that's the work which all of us are together trying to do, is get you that money. Sitting on that table, you know, it's all right if the global funds are drying up, they're not putting in money for a certain while. It's always a cycle. It'll come back. But our domestic investors should not lose out on this opportunity which you guys are building. If the technology startup should not run away, and that's why it's very important that the corporate VCs in India are helping. Our corporate should support people over here. So,
a follow-on question to you and Ninad. We see a lot of angel networks coming up across the region, across the country. Almost all of them have similar models, similar agreement types. But in your view, for both Rajat and Ninad, since you see both the regulator policy side as well as the new investors coming in, do you see, like we have incubators for startups, do you need a finishing school for angel investors as well? Because not all investors think the same and they don't behave the same way anyway.
No, there are how to become an angel, you know, there are, but they're not finishing schools, but there's enough literature. I mean, we have also put up a lot of literature in terms of, I think the topic itself is interesting, how to become an angel. Who doesn't want to become an angel? But yeah, it's not so easy beyond that. So there's enough and more literature freely available. I don't think anyone would want to go to a finishing school, so to say. But yes, it's a great business idea.
So two things which we're trying to do. And certainly, while the startups scale up, certainly there's aspects which we've all heard about governance. So there is an education which we are trying to put across around governance. The association at IVCA, we put across a handbook for the startups, also to guide them that when they take money from the investor, what is their responsibility? So it's already released. We have, so for even the investors who are investing, so today our domestic funds, the number registered with SEBI has increased 40%. We added about 100 new investors in the country last year. So, but these investors, we're making sure that NISM, kind of you have to go and get yourself certified. And after that, we're also asking the VCs to attend something which is called a VC 101, IVCA is holding training from 1st of June in Mumbai, then Bangalore, then Delhi, so that these VCs, the younger VCs, are actually educated by the more learned VCs on investing strategies and who to help, how to help. So certainly there is going to be, I mean, our vision is India should be the fund capital of the world. So I think that's our efforts are going to be around that, so that there is no limit in the money or even in their performance or even on governance. Maybe Padmaja, if you want to add.
So I think this is a very important point, just as we do diligence of startups, I think it's very important to have quality investors sitting on startup cap tables. I've seen it several times, unfortunately, over the last 15, 16 years. A rogue investor can kill a good startup, honestly. That is unfortunately the reality. So high quality money means two things. High quality money really means money that is really done all the KYCs, and there is really no issue on the quality of money. There is nothing that is shady there. And the other piece of high quality, of course, is that where investors are investing both their time, their mentoring, their networks. That's the other piece on which is important. For instance, at IEN now, we have taken a very, very focused view that investor KYCs will be done, checks will be done. And we don't hesitate to say no, to be honest, because I think we've probably been around for the longest period of time, and hence have had some experiences which at least I personally wish I didn't have those. So I think that's important. The second piece is also which is happening is that SEBI itself is driving governance on investors. There is a very high level of onus on the KYCs of LPs coming into VCs and private equity funds. There's a lot of onus on directors, independent directors, directors of boards. And that is a guidance in some ways to the governance that has to be built at a very early stage in startups. So, how do investors behave on boards? How do investors behave inter se? I think that is a very, very important topic. And it is, to your point, IVK, I think in some ways, whether you call them finishing schools, whether you call them master classes, whether you call them sensitization sessions, I don't care what the name is. But I think it is very important because India is a very nascent ecosystem for investing in unlisted space compared to, let's say, the US or the European countries. And I think while our startups are growing, I think this side of the table also needs to grow, not only in size but also in depth and quality. So I do feel that whichever structure one may want to do it, I'm not going into that route, but I think we do need to have a focus on building a high quality. And therefore what IVC is doing, I applaud it, because we do angel master classes at IEN. And some of the things we bring out are really to say, how do you check that there is governance is there? How are you interacting with the entrepreneur? It's not across the table always. It's also on the same side of the table, for instance.
So coming to the popular question any investor will ask is the exit side of the thing, because you invest to exit. Now, of late, there are funds which are dedicated to deep tech and deep science. So you do have special funds. But the general comment I heard from them in the newer areas, whether it is space tech, whether it is biotech, drug discovery, quantum sensing, we can name any of the emerging areas. While the capital is being allocated, of course it's primarily from outside, but there is Indian capital available too. So while the fund can be fixed for deep tech and deep science to some extent, there is always an argument that as such the exit is a problem for startups in India. And now you add deep science, deep tech to it, the acquisition or M&A typically seems to happen by non-Indian companies, but the Indian companies actually don't pay. And hence the Indian M&A space is not evolved to support a deep science, deep tech startup, as opposed to say Silicon Valley or Israel for that matter. Do you agree with that view, or do you think there are any opinions, views, contradictions you have?
No, I think, it's almost sort of tagging to my earlier, to my comment to your earlier point, IVK. is that India is a nascent ecosystem. I think it would be not right for us to compare ourselves to the Silicon Valley or the Western world right now. We are not there. Let's take the first primary premise that we are not there yet. Will we get there? I'm sure we will, and we'll do much better perhaps. But to say that you have the same exit opportunities, you have the same M&A ecosystem, we don't. But what we do have is these green shoots have already started off, right? There's M&A happening here. That's number one point. Number two, I think we as a country, especially in the startup ecosystem, and we have one of the stalwarts in Mr. Gopalakrishnan, who's really started what it is the face of New India with the IT software company, right? That is what was the first generation industry. And from there, we've moved to products, we've moved to different models of technology. So today, deep tech is very new in this country compared to others. So we've invested in biotech, we've invested in space tech, we've invested in 3D printing of human organs and all. It's not easy to forget exits. It's not easy to get next rounds, right? And I think we therefore have to, think about that when we invest. How are we going to do it? Who are we going to leverage? And which countries are we going to go and get it? So if we don't do it, we'll never do it, right? We'll be sitting where we are. So I think some best of the next has to be done, right? Otherwise, we'll never have a deep tech company here to say we'll never get an exit. Now, once we start pushing, then you do get people to come and invest. For instance, Lockheed Martin is talking to a couple of our companies, right? Boeing is talking to a couple of our companies. Would this have happened even 3 years or 4 years ago? Other than offset obligations, there'll be no other conversation. So to my mind, I think we also have to push the envelope. We have to take some risks. And more importantly, we have to heavy lift to do cross-border relationships and figure out how to do it. So is it all sort of mapped? No. Are we as good as the Silicon Valley is? No, but we don't even have a Silicon Valley bank, which was so supportive of the startup ecosystem there, right? So we have to develop a lot of institutions, a lot of paths, a lot of partnerships to build something here. But can we do it? Yes.
So I just want to say that, just applaud the government's effort as well. Really, when investment into startups were happening, funds were getting created, the initial push, and if you really see under the Ministry of Commerce, under the DPIIT, along with SIDBI, a fund-of-fund structure was formed. And not this one, but the earlier budget, Honorable Finance Minister also announced investments into sunrise sectors, where fund-of-fund structures are being looked at, that they will be probably the first entry points, right? They will be supporting this ecosystem by putting the first $1 and the $4 the fund will raise. So governments already have plans, whether it's on agri-tech, you can see a focus coming on that. There is on deep tech, where there's robotics, there is drones, there is defense, all those areas, Web3, etc. Then there is sustainable and climate. So these are getting, and health and biotech. So these are some of the areas where even the investors want to participate, join together.
So that leads to my last question, but I'll start with her. Any particular areas you pick, given your vantage point as the areas of interest from an investor perspective? There is enough in the media on what is generative AI, etc., LLMs, etc. But from your perspective, what you see, what are those areas which you think are trending from investor perspective?
Sure. I think I'll also add in a little bit of your earlier question, because these two are related for us. We are a family office fund, so I think we have the advantage of not thinking of quick exits. We are thinking of long term, and in deep tech, urban air mobility, which relates to decongesting India's roads, is something that we are very passionate about. As our thesis, it's one of the first priorities, and as part of that, we have invested in an American company called Blade, and we have got them into India. They're a chopper on rent service. But the idea for us to go forward is to have this entire system of electric eVTOL systems, so electric, vertical takeoff and landing systems, drones which can carry human beings, and we create solutions, or we support rather solutions which help people, whether it is going long distance in a quick period of time, whether it is providing air ambulance systems, or it could be, you know, religious tourism for those people who are not able to do that. So that is a very major part of our thesis. The second thing, and I think it is from the social consciousness that we have as part of the thesis now, we want to focus on food security and sustainability. Because, you know, we are always talking about the demographic dividend of India, 1.4 billion population, largest workforce, 40 trillion economy, but a very grave problem that we are going to see is that of food. And especially one example I'll give you is, you know, as the affluence of people go up, their protein consumption goes up. And meat industry is one of the biggest pollutants known to humankind. So what are we trying to do? We are trying to invest in the alternatives of meat, plant-based protein. So, and in fact, the earlier mention that I did of the MOU with the UP government, we are trying to set up these food tech parks so that we can support startups who are doing this kind of work. So that is, I think, what we owe to the next generation.
Ninath?
Sure. So just a quick comment on the earlier part, deep tech. You know, there is a narrative and there is reality. You know, Rupal, Padmaja mentioned about green shoots. You know, we invest in very early stage, first check. And one company, you know, it's in deep tech space, we invested, and within a year it got, you know, they were doing something quite different. Indian corporate Indian company, not just, gave such a offer to acquire, which we were also taken aback. So things are changing much rapidly than what you hear about. So the narrative is different, and reality, there are things happening. On what we look at, you know, we think agri-tech is still a space which impacts a huge population, and you know, there are a lot of things which have happened in the last mile. In the first mile, we believe there is still a lot of scope. AI ML is there in every pitch deck we see. So it's become a word. A pitch deck is not complete without AI ML. And so that we don't take it as a separate category now. But you know, I think we are kind of a little optimistic about clean tech industries as well.
So with that, I think we pause here, and I thank my panelists and the audience for the patience to listen to us. Thank you.
May I please, thank you so very much. May I please request Mr. Chris Gopalakrishnan and Mr. C.K. Ranganathan to come on stage. We have few of our women innovators with us today, so we would request you for a picture with them. May I also, in the meanwhile, request the CIES team to come up for a photograph with Mr. Chris Gopalakrishnan and Mr. C.K. Ranganathan. All the women innovators who are present in the hall, request you to please come on stage. Please come. Please join us on stage. May I request all the women entrepreneurs, all the women innovators who are present in the hall to come up on stage. We have evening tea, coffee available in Desire Hall for all the delegates. Request you to please join us for a high tea after this. Thank you so very much. They all have traveled from various locations across India to join us today for the summit. Thank you so very much for that effort. May I please request the CII, CIES team also, the staff, to please come up on stage for a photograph with Mr. Chris Gopalakrishnan and Mr. C.K. Ranganathan.
No, bring